welcome to another Saturday night live stream. And as you can see, we have our favorite live stream guy here in the lower right corner. And I'm actually pointing the right way. I didn't screw up and go like this. I actually went the right way.
It's very confusing, isn't it?
I'm not. Yeah, I always do it with the wrong hand and screw up. But Chuck is with us, and I hope you guys say hello. A little bit. I don't see anything on my chat feed yet, although I show 6 people here. So we'll give it a few minutes, and hopefully people will show up. And I see Randall's waiting to come in, so we'll bring Randall in. Hello, Randall. We don't hear your voice at all, Randall, and you're looking up like you're looking at a UFO right now. Anything good up in the sky or what? If you get a UFO picture, man, you're gonna be all in the papers, man, forever. You'll be famous.
Or locked up.
Yeah, we're locked up, yeah. But, Mr. Lynch, how you doing? Nice to see you.
Hey, hi.
We'll see who else we get in here, and how's the wife doing, Chuck?
She's doing fine. She's in here right now, and she'll be going back on Monday, yeah.
Hello, Maribel. I hear your voice, but you're not showing yourself. That's a very smart move.
See you later. I'll be on the chat.
All right. Nice to hear your voice. Hope you're doing well. And David Stewart. Hello, Ava. Good to see you. Our buddy there, David, will not be joining us tonight. He had some kind of meeting to go to, and he has his infamous Scottish country line dancing event, and he's going to be shaking his booty and doing a lot of dancing tonight. He said that he'll be dancing until after midnight, so he's probably going to be pretty sore by the time he's done.
Nice to see you, Ava.
We may see Luis later on. He texted me early on, so.
Okay. You guys won't ever catch me dancing. When I got married, my wife says, "You are going to dance with me at the wedding, aren't you?" And I said, "Maybe once." I think I danced 2 or 3 dances at my own wedding. I'm not a dancer. Luke, good to see you.
All right. Why don't we start, Mr. Jeff, with a request for the photo review for next week?
Yeah, so far, folks, we have, let me double check what I said earlier. We have 53 images so far. Last month, we had 80 people, and 80. So people got to get going here. You got a little less than a week to send me some images, and let's try to get it back up to that 80 number again, because that was pretty cool. We've never had 80 before. We've been averaging, for the most part, between 50 and 60 images. But hey, when we get 80, man, you psych me up big time when we get 80 pictures, even though by the end of the night I can't talk too well, but I do enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. And so let's get everything in gear, everybody. I'll put up the reminder here, and we'll do it a few times during the course of the show tonight, and get it to me by what is now this coming Friday, since we are here Saturday night, and get those images out to us and tell us a little story.
Each one.
At least one. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to send 4, you don't have to send 3, and some people send 5, but I mean, send us one, send us one.
Hey, Joe.
And
Luke.
It's just nice to, and I really hope that people that have, I'd like to see some people that have never sent us a picture to just send in one. Just send in one. We don't bite. We're a friendly group of guys. We get nasty after the show, but we're nice when we're on the show.
And the quality of the picture that we get from this bunch that comes here on the Saturday, wow, it's amazing. So I guarantee anybody that hasn't submitted a photo yet is not for lack of quality, because I haven't seen anything
And they're
bad.
getting better.
They're
Every
getting
month
better.
they're
Exactly.
better.
No, I think we have I'm going to toot our panel's own horn here and say I think we have the best photo review session of anybody on YouTube. I really do. I mean, we show more photos. We have more diversity in our photos. We don't narrow it down to one thing. We see everything. We see, cityscapes, landscapes, seascapes, portraits, street photography, nature, wildlife, mammals, birds, underwater photos, astrophotography, aurora borealis. I mean, you're not going to find a variety of images like you see on the first Saturday of the month on our show here. We started this with Chuck, quite a long time ago. It's hard to remember. It was probably a year and a half ago, I would guess, when we kind of started it. And it's something that binds us all together. And like we say, feel free to share how you got the shot, and if you write me 2 paragraphs when you send me a picture, I'm going to read the 2 paragraphs when you send a picture. You deserve your moment, explaining what you did, how you took it, and you should be proud of what you guys have been turning in, because it's been really, really great stuff. I mean, nothing to complain about at all. And Chuck, go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah. Hey, Roy, what happened with Becky?
I think she had trouble with family in Florida. That's where her parents are.
Okay.
So she had to keep going and seeing them.
You're right. Yeah.
As far as I can tell.
Now, is she still living in England now? Is she back in England, or is she
I think he goes between them.
Between both?
As we all know, at our age, life gets in between the things that we want to do, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello to Nikan. Nikan, I appreciate your very, very nice comment on my last video. It was very, very nice of you to say what you said. It was very, very nice. But for those of you who may not know, because I did say I would be limiting my video content on my normal channel, because and the funny thing is I did it stupidly, thinking that I would actually be relaxing more, and the opposite has occurred, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's how it worked out, because now I'm getting out and I'm taking even more pictures, and I'm spending even more time on the computer editing pictures. May not be doing a lot of videos, but I'm doing a lot of photography. But that's what I wanted to do too. I wanted to do a lot of photography, and I don't learn my lesson. I can never get enough of it. So one of these days I'll wise up and slow down a little bit. But as my wife says, when I'll rest when I'm gone. That's when I'll catch up on my sleep.
No, but Jeff, that's the right approach at your pace, correct? If you have something to share, publish the video, like you did the other day here. You can share in this media here, or you can. As I told you, I have been collecting some clips. One of these days, I'm going to have a deep breath and try to make it together, correct? So it's not snippets.
Yes, I want to see the Gustavo video presentation.
Exactly. Yeah. No,
But, send the files to Chuck, and he could do some masterful work on it for you.
For sure. Hey,
I'm not doing anything.
I'm sure I will rely on all of you when I start, struggling. How do you do this? What, like I asked the other day, Chuck, my noise. I was a second microphone for the shotgun camera because I always get a little bit of a hiss in the
Yeah.
back, correct?
Yeah.
And then I say, how do you get rid of that hiss? Because I don't want that hiss in my in the video. So I need to consult with you guys.
Did
Well,
you? Is it really something that people can hear?
And I can hear it, and I'm very deaf. So, but
Let me ask you a question. Is my uh, uh, hinting or my to make it man, is it hissing?
No, you're very clear.
you're clear. You're fine.
Okay, because I hear you that when I hear it and the like and the guy,
uh-huh.
I is I hear a light hissy.
Right,
Oh,
right.
okay. I don't hear anything from any
Yeah,
of you.
I think the Gustavo's hissing sound is because he has a lot of snakes in his backyard.
Either that or the tinnitus,
I think
or whatever it's called.
a lot of it is due to luck plugging in brands. All these plugins are going to two tricks or two plugs.
Yeah, the more you plug in, the more problems you have.
Exactly.
Hey, you know what? You got. I got something to say. I had my cat,
Uh-huh.
my big old kitty cat.
Yeah.
He died yesterday.
Oh,
Oh,
No.
Yeah.
No.
He took him to the doctor. She said she had him. Or it's, I can't. I think it's probably he's got fluid in his well, whatever, and it called for it's probably hard or cancer.
Cancer. Yeah.
answer.
Yep.
wow.
So anyway, he had to go. So
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, Chuck.
yeah, we lost a big friend to friend.
Yeah.
We're going to go out tomorrow and we're going to look for we're going to expect another daggone it.
Kitten or rescue cat?
Yeah, it's kitten Kate because we're going to get. We tried Rico Rescue Cat, but it get well, it's a little difficulty. But anyway, we're going to go into the breeder of the cat and look at some the some nice things besides all that. Okay, so all right, I just wanted to add that a little
Yeah.
tin.
Yeah. We always liked seeing that cat on your lap or on the picture in the back on your computer
Carrying you
screen.
around in its mouth.
And yeah, it's
Wow, Chuck.
um,
How old
cat.
was he, Chuck?
He was 14. Yeah.
Okay, so he was getting there on cat life. Huh?
Yeah, she said it had no bearing it by his age, but I think it would. But
Mm.
yeah.
Wow.
I'm sorry to hear about Nican's sister's dog passed
Yeah.
away on Friday. I'll tell you, if you, I always say that a true animal lover, your cat or dog or whatever you have is a member of the family.
For sure.
If you're a true animal lover, it's a member of your family, and
Yeah.
it's horrible when that time comes. I mean,
I don't trust anyone that doesn't like pets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
yeah. Yeah, if you can't love a pet, you can't love anybody. I mean, that's kind of what I think. And Randall, he's got a bunch of pets, so I mean, he knows what that's all.
Well, I'm down to 2.
Yeah.
So I got one dog, and she's the older one, and then I got the cat, and he drives me crazy. But I love him,
Yeah.
So-
Was that the cat that you were trying to burn on your grill when you took a picture?
No. The other one was a dead cat, and I lost him on my camera. So I dropped him somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, we got Long Rider in here. Good to see you, Long Rider. I'm glad Chuck is here that you can say hi to. Yeah, Roy's in he's going to have Tim the Toolman Taylor soup up his chair so he can like fly through the house quicker. He's
I
looking
hope
for,
to be out of it soon.
I think you're looking for a jet propulsion pack so you can get on the 3rd floor and get at your camera gear.
Yes. I keep trying to get there. I had to buy some USB cables because I couldn't get any, and this USB PD cables are all fake from China. Really irritating.
Yeah.
Cables are up. You wouldn't think that a cable is such a high-tech thing, but it has become
Necessary.
Well, people advertise one thing and then they send you the wrong thing, or they advertise it wrong, and you think you're getting what you wanted, and then you get it and it's not what you wanted. It's like,
Well, it looks like a PD cable. It's got USB-C at both ends, but it should be. It's worse with the HDMI cables because there's 2 types. There's the limited ones that don't give you 256 colors, and the full range ones. And they sell them both as the same.
Maribel is now in the chat. So let's say hello to Maribel.
Hey, hon,
What?
smile a little bit, okay?
Okay.
So so Maribel's in the house right now, so she could, if Chuck falls asleep while we're on for this first hour, because I know he crashes at 10, and I normally crash at 10, to be honest with you, Monday through Friday. I usually crash at 10, and I made a mistake of watching 2 movies last night and stayed up too late, and I felt it this morning.
The joys of getting old.
And my wife says to me, "And you used to stay up and watch movies till 3 a.m." I says, that was like 30 years ago. I have to remind her that was like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
I hate when when they release the whole series, because I'm terrible for binge watching. If I know there is another episode and they leave in a up or a down, I want to see the next one. So I can go for quite a while and watch a whole series in a day and a half.
I've done that too. It says 15 seconds till the next episode, and you're like, hurry up.
All right. So, Mr. Jeff, so tell us here, among friends, your first impressions of the 600 PF, and when did you take it this week?
Well, I took some more red-headed woodpecker shots.
Okay.
And I do have a red-headed woodpecker story to tell you.
Oh,
Bob was with me, and hopefully he's still in the chat here.
He's here.
And now we both got to see something that I would say few people get to see. And Bob did some research after the fact, and it's very unusual to see 2 of them together. I mean, in 5 or 6 years we've been shooting, we've probably gotten a singular red-headed woodpecker twice in like 5 or 6 years. So recently we got 2 of them together, and then in the last week we got to see some behavior that was which unfortunately was impossible to capture because these birds can move. They can haul, you know what? They can move, and they're in the woods, and sometimes they're within a reasonable distance, and other times, they'll go halfway in the woods, and you just kind of see blurs going back and forth, and you're trying to follow them. But we had three of them on one day, and the male and the female mate for life. So there was another male, and that other male was trying to basically steal the female from, steal the wife from the husband, if you know what I'm saying. And these two woodpeckers were fighting, and never saw anything like it. They'd be way, way up in the top of a tree. They'd be flying back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, settle on a tree. The two males would go at it, and they would get intertwined, and they would start tumbling down and they would hit the ground at good speed. They would be doing one of these tumbling effects like in a movie scene, all the way down, and boom, hit the ground. And most of the time, like almost instantaneously, they'd be back in the air again. But one time they hit the ground, and it was like, we were like waiting. And, we're not seeing any birds. And they must have, kind of stunned themselves pretty good, because it took a little bit of time for them to reappear. But yeah, to see that behavior, even though it was impossible, too many trees, the routine, but amazing to watch. Amazing to watch. Never saw anything like it before. It was.
So did you manage to get some photos or video?
I got photos. I got a few photos of one of them in flight. I got a few and a fair amount of static photos, but usually two would be on one tree, and then the instigator would be on a branch on a tree next to it. And then the fight would ensue, and the tumble effect and everything. But we were literally probably standing there for well over an hour.
Wow.
Watching this nonstop battle, and it was still going on when we left. We could have probably sat there all day. I mean, I don't know how they had the energy to keep doing this over and over and over again. It was amazing.
Sorry, somebody from dog kind.
Is it in the stomach or is your pet?
Yeah, I said, man, your stomach is really giving you a hard time.
Thanks, Mike.
Hold the story. I come back in a second.
Rajkaz.
That was funny.
I thought we had a new guest.
Yeah, a new guest. Yeah.
A big lap dog.
Gustavo's going to turn into an alien. But yeah, so it was a really, really interesting thing to see. And we got Jeff and Leslie's in the house. Hello, Jeff and Leslie. We got Chuck with us tonight. And as Rakesh says, his hair is perfect as usual. And
Yep.
but yeah, so there was some interesting things. But the 600 is a marvelous lens. I mean, the weight is a huge part of the benefit of that lens. It weighs nothing. It weighs nothing. You put it on the camera, you feel like you could flip it around. It's just light. It's just so light.
Why would you buy the 600 f4 if this one's so good as well?
Yeah, I mean, I believe it. I mean, some reports said the 600 PF was actually sharper than the 800. Right now, I would say they're pretty much the same. I don't really see one being better than the other, but that's a good thing, because the 800 is phenomenal detail, and the 600 is right there with it. And but yeah, I mean, right now, if I've used it like 3 times, for 3 or 4 hours a clip. And I give it 2 thumbs up right now. I mean, I don't see anything to complain about with it at all.
You have the 400 also?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I finally got the 180 to 600. It finally showed up at my store. So
That's a good general purpose lens.
Yeah, it's excellent.
All right.
But
Sorry, guys. So somebody needed to pee.
hey, Mozman saying hi to you, Chuck. Tim is here.
Yeah.
So yes, he is looking sharp. He always looks so professional. It's like I look like I just got done sweeping the driveway when I come on. And Chuck and I were talking, I think might have been Wednesday when I called you. I'm thinking maybe Wednesday.
Yeah.
So we had a little bit of a talk about the what's probably on a lot of people's mind in the Nikon world is, where is the Z6 III? I mean, it's like there's so much stuff in the last, like all of a sudden, right now, obviously the Canon is in the headlines, the what little you can find out about the R1 or the R5 II, and we will talk about that. And I'm going to do another mini rant tonight on the R1. So you got them in the news. Fuji came out with an updated version of their medium format camera last week, and that's a great camera. I mean, it really is. I mean, it's if you're into
500 GFX lens.
Yeah, and they got the 500 lens that came out with it, and then they have the smaller. What I think is actually the better choice. They got that X100 version 6, but then they came out with another camera that's basically very similar to that, but has interchangeable lenses. So that would really be something to really compare the pros and the cons of both, and really see which one that you would want to use. And they are single card slot cameras, which I obviously kind of did a little poke last week about how Nikon got so much crap from the world when the Z6 came out with one card slot, but no one complains about all these other cameras that have one card slot. So it's be fair and balanced. Don't be, people are just so hypocritical. What they complain about for Nikon, if somebody else does the same thing and they keep their mouth shut and they don't say anything about it, and it gets really, really irritating. Don't play a game here. You're either you don't like it, and you don't like it no matter who does it. It shouldn't just be beat up on Nikon Day. Too much of that.
Well, it happens with all the camera brands now. They complain about this, complain about that. I wish I had this.
Well, and to be honest with you, most of the things, and I do it too. Some of the things I may complain about in my mind, I don't always, express it on the show, but maybe some things that I would complain about in the scheme of things aren't really that big a deal. And then some people will talk about certain features that the company's marketing department is trying to say, makes their camera stand out. But those are usually features that don't get used a lot. It could be, photo stacking or whatever, which people do. And we have some people that do an excellent job of doing it that share their pictures on the show. But the conditions have to be just so right to be able to do that kind of stuff, And we got Roy coming and going here. Let me turn him off and bring him back and see if he. No video feed, Roy. We didn't tell you that you didn't shave today, and we didn't want to see you.
No, I think he's trying to talk because I see something going on with the R. So it might be the webcam. He's always having problems with the webcam.
Yeah. But Fel says I'll put his comment up. I don't listen to all the dumb complaints people complain about, like the ZF is heavy, blah blah blah. Yeah, if you, I'm telling, for those of you that may if you're complaining that the ZF is heavy, I got some old 50s rangefinders on the shelf that weigh more than the ZF does. Okay, so as they say, eat your Wheaties in the morning and you'll be able to handle it. Eat your Cheerios. Take your vitamins. You'll be good. But let's see what else we got here. Like I said, we got the photo review next Saturday. We mentioned it earlier. I'll mention it again. We got 30 people on here. I'll put up the reminder because Gustavo's good about reminding me to put the reminder up. He's a good man. He keeps me honest. But get those photos in. We got 53 right now. Let's get it back up to 80 like we had last week. So I'm not going to embarrass anybody because I could rattle off all the names of the people that haven't sent me any yet that normally do. So you know who you are. So
See, I've been holding back. I could send you about 50 of them. The deer. But then we'll be there all night.
yeah. But
See, I used to be a video person all the way, and then I got involved with you guys, buying more gear.
Is that a good thing?
It's a good thing.
It's a
I'm
good
enjoying it.
I don't think,
Right, Bill.
Randall, I don't think you need much encouragement from us.
No, see,
Boy with the toys.
he's trying to blame us. He's trying
Hey,
to
we got Ray Powell, your favorite, Chuck.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Oh, Berwick upon Tweed. Oh God, Chuck loves that Berwick upon
He
Tweed.
does.
Thanks. Hey, thanks, Ray.
And we got Z Wade in here, and Z Wade, yeah, Chuck's here.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh no, you got tornadoes
Yeah.
in Kansas right now, huh?
Big time.
yeah, pretty bad.
Yeah, it went through by Texas too, north of Boston. So it's all over the place.
Z-Way, do you have an underground like bunker or something that you can hide in if you need to? Hopefully. That's horrible. That's horrible. What's going on?
Yep.
But the
I watch.
Move to Australia, it's safer.
I watch Mr. Seaway this morning. That he went live yesterday. He going for a quest of trying every single lens. So that's his personal challenge. That's well done, the Seaway.
Where's everybody?
I'll be back in a second. My dog disappeared. I got to find out where she is.
Uh-oh.
Somebody
Well,
man.
She heard Gustavo's dog and says, well, if he can go, I can go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I get up out of the chair and then she's so low to the ground that I have to like lay on the floor to see her. She's here. Hey, Patch, you want to say hi? Come here. You want to say hi to everybody? No, you don't want me to pick you up?
Yeah. My dog is the same thing.
Doesn't like me picking her up too much anymore. She's getting old. She's getting old and crotchety.
Aren't we all?
My wife doesn't like me picking her up anymore either.
All right, Mr. Sack, be
You can
careful.
drop her so often.
Well, that's true. One time down the stairs, that was enough.
Oh, man.
I'm joking. I didn't really have to.
You pushed her instead.
Mazman's in the green room purgatory. Okay. I couldn't, there's so many people in here, Mazman. You were cut off at the bottom of my screen. I didn't see your head. So now we'll get you in here.
Hey, all right.
Hey, Chuck. Good to see you.
I'll
Yeah.
change and make everybody small, which I hate to do, but everybody is small now.
Yeah.
And, but
We need to lose weight.
yeah, we need to lose weight.
Looks great. Mazman. All right.
Great to see you, Chuck.
Yeah. Same here, bud.
I played hooky last week. I took a day off of work and I went to Glen Helen Racetrack, which I know you know, and I had full access to the track. I could go anywhere.
Whoa.
And there were two. The pro season started today. So last week, what they had a Yamaha weekend coming up last weekend. So they had a lot of pros in the area already. So they had they just had a couple quick races, and tried to attract as many pros as they could before the season started. So yeah, I went there, took the day off of work, and was able to shoot that. So I had a great time.
Ah, man, I guess you did.
Oh,
I'm
well,
gonna try.
tell them the name on the back of one of the shirts, Tim.
Oh, I got some images I can show later.
Okay. We'll save it for then.
Good.
But I'm trying to work out a deal with the owner of the track to get yearly passes, just free passes, and I can do some website stuff for him. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's daggone it. It's but it's no F1, right?
F1?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
So we got J-Rod is in the house
Hey,
here.
J-Rod.
Got J-Rod. We got the Drunk Wedding Photographers here. We got Mookie's in the house. And I want to make sure I didn't, Fell is here. I think I mentioned Fell before. If I didn't, and Z Wade and Rakesh and Ray Powell. And yeah, we got a good group in here. We're at 33 people. So, yeah, I'm trying to twist Chuck's arm, everybody, to get him to come in at least the first hour of every show, because I wanted him to keep his technical expertise in place with all his gadgetry, so that when he decides to come on again, he doesn't have any learning curve. He's all ready to hit the road and kick, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
We want
Well, it would be nice, but
well, you'll get there, man. You'll get there, and you can always count on the support of the people in the chat to be with you, and you'll always have that. You'll always have a second family here with everybody that's on the panel and everybody that's in the chat. So
I mean, trying to watch the hear the whatever people. I can't keep up with all the chat. It's good. It's good.
well, I have that problem too. That's why I need all the guys on the panel here to say, "Oh, so and so called you a name, Jeff. We just thought you might want to know." But it's very hard to keep up with the chat when people start the sidebar discussions. They can go pretty good. Hot and heavy.
Thanks to Z.T. Wade. Yep.
And Chuck, when you come to the panel, it saves you the time to rewatch this 5 hours afterwards.
Yeah.
Man,
see, because now Joe does this on purpose. He waits till David Stewart's not on, and then he says Jeff has to have a Canadian on his show, and then he shows up. I mean, I don't know what it is. It's like his spider sense is tingling, tells him that, David's not on, I'm going to go on. So here he is. We got Joe.
All right.
Hey, Chuck. Hey, guys. Yeah, I mean, sorry to interrupt your regularly programmed content, but how you guys doing?
Hey, when are you going to do a jingle for me? You did a jingle for Chuck.
I will do one. This is a good flag. I'll use this mic and I'll make something truly horrendous that you can use at your own.
Actually, Chuck, can you play Joy's jingle from your end?
I have no idea where it's at.
That's probably for the best.
I'm sorry, but I'm just keeping some of the things on just get the chat in working, okay?
You'll have to, well, Joe's going to be he'll have to come up with some catchy, and I'm sure it'll be extremely complimentary, whatever he does for me.
Jeff is best.
Yeah. So Joe, you at home base this week, or were you home, or were you out traveling?
No, I was at home base this week. It was just getting caught up after getting food poisoning in New York for a week. It's such a great holiday, Jeff. It really.
So what's better, food poisoning in New York or food poisoning in Canada?
Well, Canada, because I don't have to pay for the health checkup, man.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Went to a clinic for like 5 minutes, and they're like $200. I'm like, for what? You just like told me I was fine, and there was no blood work or anything.
Hey, J-Brad,
Well, see, you're in the U.S. and you go to get checked out for food poisoning. They just hand you a paper bag and say, "Here you go. That'll be $500."
Yeah, the doctor was nice and all, but yeah, I guess it's just one of those things, I take for granted, right? I grew up here, being here my whole life, and whenever you go to the doctor, there's no cost, right? So yeah, I felt a little weird, but she was nice at least.
She did understand you with your accent, though, I guess, right?
Oh no.
Oh no,
No,
I don't
no.
know. I don't know
No,
what
no.
you're talking about.
I don't know about that there, eh? Or take off, eh? To the Great White North.
So here's Randall made this comment, and this is apparently an online Japan retailer does not have this lens and will not have this lens for a while.
Yeah.
So it is selling, apparently selling pretty well. I mean, I don't really see where numbers are out yet on it, but
Well,
Yeah,
my
great
store had
training.
3 of them, and I was the first one at the door, and someone bought them online. All right. So they had to reserve it since he picked it. And then this past weekend, the next same thing. So I should just get online, try to order it, see if I can get it. So, and that's at my local camera store. I try to support them as much as possible, but I would like to take a look at the lens at least.
well, David got frustrated because he went and he bought that Godox retro camera, the one that looks like a potato masher, or somewhat with the retro design, with the the
Flash.
fold out fanning out the reflector and the bulb type setup, and he bought that, but he wanted to buy it from a local retailer or one of the several retailers that he uses in Canada, and it's like they were just having a hard time getting it or getting a commitment when they were going to get it, and he ended up just getting it from Amazon, which he really didn't want to do because, like you said, he wanted to support the local guy. But for whatever reason, Canada's having an issue getting certain things that are made in China. So I said maybe it's a political thing. Maybe the Chinese don't like Canada and they don't want to send you anything. I don't know.
They don't like Australia much either. They keep banning our imports.
It's because we withheld our last maple syrup shipment to them, probably.
Okay. And then no syrup for their pancakes. So that's it. You're on the hit list now.
That's it. We're done. Yep. Trudeau, aka True Daddy, let us down again.
You see, Jeff, look at the comments here. Eva's working on the review there on the test images from the 24 to 200, 28 to 400.
Yeah.
Good. And then let us know when you want to come on, man. We'll have you come on.
And James also has one, so
Yeah.
But,
So small.
And he's just north of me. So, yeah.
That'd be a great travel lens at 24 to 400.
Yeah, the thing is, because that one's like, when you're the F4 to F8, the F8 part can hurt you.
Yeah, but if there's enough light.
If it's 9 in the morning, you're going to be fine. It's always 9 in the morning somewhere, right? Even in Canada.
No.
That's what I heard. I thought.
No, it's just midnight all the time.
Just always
10 minutes of
midnight.
sunlight, then that's
Or
it.
5 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that. It's actually pretty bright out right now. I've been wanting to flip burgers on my patio for the last 4 weeks, but it started out with forest fire smoke from up north, and then it's just been rain. The rain's good. I take that over the forest fires any day of the week, but we had like 5 hours of sun, like just no storm, nothing today. So I was like, ooh, I'm going to make smash burgers on my patio. And it's like the minute the first piece of beef hit the grill, it was a storm blowing in. So I was just like, that's why I'm kind of dressed lightly, because I was like thinking it was going to be nice out, but it's just, yeah, it was a very unpleasant experience. But I finished the burgers. I would not be defeated.
Go ahead. Come on, go. I got somebody wants something. Go. Go. Get it. I put up this Neville, the 24 to 400 is tempting. If he gets it, his 24 to 120 might not get much action. I don't think that'll be the case, because the 24 to 120 is an S lens, and 24 to 400 is not. And I think you're going to see a quality difference, and you're gonna use both more than likely. But at 24 to 120, I have not met one person yet that I've recommended that lens to that have bought it that have been disappointed yet. I mean, you don't really hear anybody complaining about that lens. Right, Patches? Do you complain about that lens when you're taking pictures?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Ooh. She gets all upset. But I'm gonna do a little. I can't do it like Chuck does. I'm sorry. I'm just not a. I'm not a strong ranter. I'm like a too much of a gentlemanly rant, which doesn't work as good as, like, Chuck makes a good point when he does his rants. I'm going to rant a little bit. I mean, granted, it's a Nikon centric channel, but we do talk about tidbits that are on the rumor channels, regardless of brand, and obviously right now there's an awful lot of, I'm going to say, in some cases, misrepresented information on what Canon's coming out with, because one minute you hear, oh, I see an M&M. Is that a bag of M&Ms, Chuck?
Yeah, not you can't. I wouldn't have the peanuts or whatever.
Oh, you can't have the peanuts?
Yeah,
Okay.
And now you're back to just the regular old chocolate ones, huh?
yeah.
I thought it was contraband that you have there. M&M contraband for Chuck.
Yeah. His wife's watching this on another computer and saying, "Where did he get those M&Ms from?"
Exactly.
I thought I locked them all away, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chuck has an M&M sponsorship. Yeah, I think he does. I mean, the stores buy it by the case just for Chuck.
Who is this person? Spanish Institute of
Puebla.
Pueblo.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he has been on. He or she has been on before a few times, but not often. But whoever it is, hello to you, and
Great. Yeah.
it's always good to see somebody different in the chat. We welcome you. So I'm going to do probably going to be a 5-minute rant here, guys. So you might want to, like, get a beer. Joey, get your whatever you Canadians drink. Get some Molson Golden. You got any Molson Golden?
Got some bubbly.
Oh, bubbly. Okay.
0 calories.
I got my tea. I'm going to take a swig, so my throat's lubricated.
You start doing your vocal exercises.
I'm going to go la 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 la.
From the chest.
Chuck, get your scorecard ready to hold up.
Yeah, Chuck. Yeah. Chuck will have to, like, pour water over his head to wake up. So anyway, a lot of Canon rumors. So now the latest R1 rumors from Ordinary Filmmaker Simon. He had there was a credible source that provided information to a gentleman named Joshua Holko, who was born in Australia, who is a pro wildlife photographer. So there's a few tidbits that came out. He made a comment that I think, well, it stirred up a lot of comments on Simon's show. I chose not to make one because I'm going to make my commentary on my show. But anyway, so the R1 is a few things more kind of coming out, which is going to be dribs and drabs and supposedly from very reliable sources. And this person that Joshua got information from Simon says, oh, he's 110% sure that the information is accurate. 24 megapixel camera. So this is their flagship, 24 megapixel camera, quad pixel autofocus, signal to noise ratio, one stop better than an R3, autofocus significantly better than an R3. Shipping date, supposedly November timeframe this year, although they state that the average Joe probably will not be able to buy it until next year sometime. And rolling shutter, 2 milliseconds, electronic shutters, 14-bit, and the price is $6,499. So if you want to spend $6,500 for a 24 megapixel camera, knock your socks off. Now he stated, this is where, you know, some people bashed him or got upset, and you know, it kind of made me wince a little bit. He made a comment that a working pro doesn't need any more than 24 megapixels. Went on to state almost nobody needs more than 24 megapixels unless you make large prints or do a lot of cropping. So I'm going to say maybe that's true for a working pro, and I'm going to underline the word maybe, but I'll share my spin on that commentary. Obviously, it's what pro sport and bird and flight shooters were somewhat accustomed to for a long time. Look at the Nikon D6, for example, and that was only 20.8 megapixels. Okay, and that was the D5 and the D6 were very well regarded sport photography cameras, were they not? Everybody used them. So based on that commentary, I'm assuming that the R1 is going to be a niche camera for sports and wildlife folks rather than a general, a camera that is generally great for everything, which kind of contradicts how they were originally marketing that camera. But that's what my assumption is going to be. Now, there are many well-known professional photographers that sell large prints. I know this for a fact because I go on their websites, I look at the prints that they sell, and they have very large print sizes. And now, obviously, a lot of them, one associates large print sizes more with, say, landscape, cityscape, seascape type photography. But, you know, many wildlife photographers take, Gustavo knows this, they take environmental portraits. You take an environmental portrait that happens to have an animal in it. Okay, the animal isn't necessarily the predominant subject in the image, but it's a complementary subject matter in the image. And a lot of those would be large prints. If you go to Africa, you're lucky enough to go to Africa, you're getting the herds of wildebeest or pride of lions, or where Gustavo goes, a group of bighorn sheep on a rocky mountainside. You know, those are the types of images that would present themselves a great opportunity to be large prints. And I could come up with 100 more examples. Okay, so, and many of these types of images, Joshua himself seems to take based on some images that Simon shared today. Some of those images were landscapes. So I don't know why you would say a 24 megapixel is all you need, because a 24 megapixel camera is only going to give you a 16 by 24 print at 250 dots per inch. And if you're one of these purists that says, oh, I want 300 dots per inch, which normally you only get from home printers, believe it or not. Most of these outside guys that do prints only do 250 dots per inch. They don't tell you that, but that's the truth. You know, you want something bigger than that, or more dots per inch, then you need a higher megapixel camera, or you're going to end up using, you know, some AI software to double your resolution or more, like gigapixel AI, you know, from Topaz, or even you can double the pixel size in Lightroom. I'm not sure about Photoshop. I'm not a Photoshop guy, but so I don't really understand that statement that he made, because I disagree with it. And even if you're the best photographer in the world regarding composition, now, which helps with cropping, because, you know, cropping saves you if you do not compose an image well. You can get away with a bad composition image and make it look good because you have the ability to crop. So obviously, if you're happy with 24 megapixels, you're so good that you never need to crop. But if you're shooting small animals or small birds, I'll give you a few reasons why a pro and many pros do crop. And I know many pros that do crop, okay? Irregardless of his commentary, you remove an unwanted distraction from your photo. It could just be a branch that's bent a certain way and it bothers you or whatever, okay? It could be you have a small bird in a bush that has no flowers, so all you have is leaves around it and a very small bird. And sometimes, all those leaves they don't add anything to the photo. So you want to crop to make the bird bigger, make that the prominent part of your photo, and the foliage around the bird is secondary. Okay, so there's a lot of reasons why you would want to crop. And obviously, if you do it on a 24 megapixel sensor, you reduce your resolution for prints. Now, the need to crop or not crop is driven by a lot of things, especially lens selection or what lenses you own. So if take the example of the small bird in a bush, if you just happen to be someone that started out in photography, maybe you have a 70 to 200 millimeter lens or 300 millimeter prime, the image size of that bird in that bush is going to be very, very small because you can't get too close to it because you'll scare the bird away, right? So you got to have some distance between you and the subject. If you have a 600 to 800 millimeter lens, you probably won't have any issues. Or if you like using TCs, you won't have any issues. The thing is, you still, for the reasons I said before, you still may want to crop to reduce a background element that doesn't enhance the photo. And when you have a 45 megapixel sensor, you can crop it down to maybe what would be a 30 to 35 megapixel equivalent. And you still have higher resolution. You can do a larger size print versus trying to crop it the same amount with a 24 megapixel sensor. So basically, I disagree with what this person states, whether he's a famous nature photographer or not. I don't agree with his statement, and I don't think it's kind of fair to say 24 megapixels is all anybody needs for anything. Well, then you wouldn't have any medium format cameras either, I guess, right? Because
Exactly.
nobody needs a medium format camera. So, and then continuing the rant because I'm doing my best Chuck imitation that I can. Obviously, a pro can have access to any lens he may want. He doesn't have to own them. If he gets a contract to do a job, he can go out and rent a lens, pass the cost on to a client or whatever, and he can get any lens he wants, where he can minimize. It isn't like he goes, oh, I don't have a lens big enough, I got to crop. He can get whatever lens he wants, right? He can rent whatever lens he wants, pass on the cost. But a normal Joe like us, we're probably not going to do that. We have what we have. We work with what we have. We do the best that we can with what we have. And these pro camera bodies, irregardless of brand, these pro camera bodies are not just for pro photographers. These companies would not survive without the serious amateur photographer who's willing to pay top dollar for a camera body because they take their photography very seriously. They want it. They are fortunate enough to have the money to be able to afford those cameras, and they choose to get the best camera they can afford. And that's what keeps these guys in business. It's not the pro photographers that keep them in business. So in the end, I'd say, to me, I'd rather have the resolution in a camera with great autofocus and a high enough frame rate to cover sports and wildlife and crop if I need to. But if I want to do a beautiful landscape, seascape, cityscape, whatever, I can take advantage of that 45 megapixel sensor and I can make as big of a doggone print as I want. And it's going to be great. So, and as they say, different strokes for different folks, right? For some, like John Ishii mentioned last week, well, obviously smaller megapixel camera, if you're doing sporting events, you don't have big files. You're trying to upload those files to somebody upstairs that's going to try to get stuff in the news feed right away or whatever. Then, yeah, okay. Then that camera for your purpose, it may be the perfect thing for you because you're not dealing with large file sizes or moving a lot of data. And maybe that's exactly what you need. Okay. But
that's a boy. It's nice to think it, but it's not enough to, well, let me ask you this question. Is this camera going to be a what do you call it?
Global shutter?
Yeah.
no.
Well,
No, it's not a global shutter.
Yep, that's it. That's the whole king is good.
So unless they surprise everybody, but rumors change obviously, but it's just funny because and you get frustrated with this game, this terminology game between what they call it, a development announcement. Okay. In my mind, if somebody says development announcement, I'm thinking that you're doing that 4 to 6 months or even longer to just let people let them know what's coming out in the future. You don't have a lot of detail yet. It's like a teaser, and that's what I consider that to be. But then they keep on like saying, well, this month we're going to get a development announcement, and then it changes to, well, it's not going to be the development announcement, it's going to be the announcement, and then it's going to come out, the following month or whatever. It's like, I don't know. Do any of these guys really know what the hell's going on? Because the term development announcement and a regular announcement seem to be getting intermixed. And to me, there should be a big difference between a development announcement and an announcement. Like, the regular announcement where you have some hard specs and everything is usually like 1 month before you're going to ship it.
Let them go. Let it be. And they're not going to get. Well, I don't know.
Well, they're all doing it. I'm not picking on him. They're all doing it. It's just
they're not. Yeah, I don't think people are going to be shoot. Well, I lost them on. I'm sorry.
lost your train of thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mind goes down the wrong track a lot.
Jeff, there is a comment there from Jeff and Leslie, not that one, just the one before, about another reason why certainly in wildlife photography makes sense to have more megapixel and the issue cropping. So you search for that one. That's
Is it near the bottom?
well, not near the bottom, but not the last one that he posted, the one before.
All right, let me find it.
He talks about the fact that sometimes, and that probably happened to you in there when you were photographing those skimmers and turns. That
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I think I found it. This is the one.
exactly.
Yeah. I mean, that, and like I said, it's lens choice too. It's what you have for lenses. A pro, like I said, could get any lens he or she wants. You and I have what we bought. We have what we bought.
Yeah.
We got to work with what we have. We don't have unlimited access.
If they're gonna rent or so, oh my gosh, just to make a 24 megapixel camera, it's crazy. It's going to be pretty. Gosh,
Yeah, $6,500 is a real shocker for something like that. I don't care whether it's got quad autofocus points or not.
Go ahead, Chuck.
I saw something that he said maybe $7,000 or $88,000 camera. Yeah. Yeah, he's got
Zach, you weren't supposed to tell anybody this. No, wait a minute. Here's the comment. You weren't supposed to tell anybody this.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm known as the camera mugger. Dun, 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 dun.
Well, just as a quick pivot, though, guys, there was another camera that came out this week, and as a Panasonic guy, I'm excited to get my hands on it. The S9.
Oh, I wouldn't be overly excited about that.
Well, it'd be great for vlogging and like street photography. That's kind of I was thinking, like maybe it'd be my new B camera, because then I'd have like the S5 II to use with most of my lenses. Then I could use the S9 just for video stuff.
Well, it's
Good
just
for
that
about 20 minutes.
it only records for like in some cases 10 minutes though.
That's perfect though, because I only got about 10 seconds worth of things to say, and most of it's just going to be mumbo jumbo in between.
Mumbo jumbo in between.
Yeah, I know what I am. Yeah, no.
You know what you are. Okay, we won't embellish that any further.
Yeah, it's like I got this comment on my channel. Some guy was like, "Pretty great video if you could just turn off all of the audio and just run subtitles." And I was just like,
Ooh.
I thank you for the constructive feedback. You know, my mother's been telling me to stop talking since I was born, so you know, I get it.
J Rod's taking off, everybody. So good night to J Rod. Thanks for coming
Bye,
in.
J Rod.
See you, James.
You know.
And then Wade is,
Oh, yeah, he's getting ready for
jeez.
potential sirens going off. Hopefully not. Hopefully not, man. Be safe. Be safe. Hope that doesn't happen to anybody. I mean, there's nothing worse than that. Tornadoes are actually, to me, are scarier than hurricanes.
Yeah.
Because hurricanes, everybody sees it. Everybody sees it coming, you know, way before, and people can get out of the way. And these tornadoes just show out of nowhere and just wipe everybody out.
Okay, Roy is in the green room back.
He's in the room again. Okay, there he is.
All right.
All right.
Here comes
Good.
trouble.
But the
Out of purgatory.
There's got to be something to go with the R1 to make it something. I don't know.
And Chuck, I'm sure that a lot of the wildlife photographers that we see are going to stay with the R5
Yeah.
until they get the R5 II, correct?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, since you mentioned the R5 II, supposedly, and here we go playing the game with announcements or development announcement or announcements. Now it's changed to a July announcement with an August ship date, presumably at $39.99. 45 megapixel stacked BSI sensor with a faster readout.
It's cool. It's cool. You know.
That's a good price.
Yeah.
That's a good camera.
Price.
Yeah. But the R1 is just there's got to be more to that camera.
Exactly.
Yeah, there better be some surprises that are not yet known.
So, you know,
$6,500 24 megapixel camera.
I think it's just like the D1. It's just a special market. It's not for everyone.
Or like an A93, right?
Well,
Yeah.
as somebody
Exactly.
like Jeff and Leslie, would they? I don't know if they intend to buy any of these cameras, but it doesn't matter. But would they would prefer an R1 or R5?
A1.
Well, yeah, I think for the most part, people are going to go with the R5.
R5 too, yeah.
But I think there's a lot of people. I don't know.
I mean, they're on the R5 too. They're saying it's going to have, you know, pre-burst feature, mechanical and electronic shutter, and that was another thing. Some said it wouldn't have mechanical, but supposedly now it's going to have mechanical, 12 frames per second, 30 frames per second electronic, reduced rolling shutter, but they're not stating no rolling shutter.
It's so it beats it acts like a Z9. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to compete in the price. It's going to compete with a Z8.
Exactly.
Z8.
So okay, just let them go.
Low Rider too shoot Canon, correct? And he's leaving.
Yeah, there's not, and I'm just saying, I'm just getting, geez, it's like super overload on, in some cases you get 3 or 4 videos a day from one person on the same topic.
Yeah.
It's like
You're talking about Z8?
Gets a little crazy.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. But Tim and I were talking one night, and Tim, I'll quote something you said that's so true. Is like if you're satisfied with what you have right now, you definitely tend not to get so excited about what's coming out because you don't have any intention of buying it anyway. You know what I mean? If you're really happy with what you have, I mean, you're not necessarily going to buy the next one that comes out. You might skip a generation and wait for the one after that,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's got to be a compelling reason to spend that kind of money.
I get more excited with lenses anyway.
Yeah.
And it's always nice with lenses because it's an investment, right? Like bodies come and go, but when you find a lens that you're like, all right, this is what I want. It's nice to
people have been saying that for how long, Joe, and they're still going to buy the camera.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, my lenses were a terrible investment. I switched systems, so I'm probably not a creature to this one.
Well, what a lot of people I've noticed in the local camera store, they're selling a lot of their cameras, and you can see like the A1, so they're showing up. One lady rather had the A9 III, which was a 24 megapixel, from the A1, which was a 50 megapixel. So it might be the speed. It may be the less megapixels. You don't know why people pick a certain camera.
Well, they chose the speed of 424 the speed to God to keep the to keep the Lowell shutter.
Right.
The shutter.
All right. Yeah. So how many people are stuck with that? They don't get anything for what the money they packed on the camera. They're stuck. You talk about I got a real tough, cool like a camera.
Joey's getting ready to take off, guys. So, Joe, thanks for popping in.
Hey, my pleasure. Nice seeing everyone. Awesome dog.
Pat, just say hi to Joey. Say hi. Say hi, Joe.
Hey, Patches. Good boy. But yeah, nice seeing y'all.
Yeah, she was sitting in the corner on the floor for whatever reason. I don't know why she was doing that. We had thunderstorms today, so she could maybe there's some more rolling in and she could hear the thunder out there because she was scared to death, boy. When you have any thunder or lightning, boy, she's like hiding under beds and she has a real hard time with that. She doesn't like it. Right, pal?
She heard the thunder of our R1 debate.
Yeah. Daddy scared her because he ranted.
She was embarrassed of that rant, so she had to go hide.
Yeah. Get a drink.
Did not live up to expectations.
No, it did not. It was not a Chuck level rant, so it gets scratched off the history books. It wasn't very good.
I'll quit that.
But yeah, Jeff's got the R7, but yeah, and the thing is the rolling shutter. Unless you're taking pictures of airplanes with the props turning or a ceiling fan or something, even a rolling shutter for most things isn't really a problem for what most people shoot. For all the talk, it's a great
video.
talk, right?
All right, good night,
Great
guys.
talking point.
See you, Joe.
So
Bye, Joe.
you see, we have
Take it easy, Joe.
a rumor from Albert.
Bye.
Look at that. Well source.
Two,
Oh, wait a minute.
whatever.
I don't know if I'm hitting the right thing or not here. I got too much stuff on my screen. Albert, is that a threat or a promise? But yeah, it's
30 at night. Yeah.
it's a part of the marketing game from all these camera guys is if they find what they think is an open wound on another brand, and they just beat on it to death, even though for most people it doesn't matter, But you got to do what you got to do to try to tell everybody that your stuff is better than the other guys.
I guess what we need to do is quit worried about the R1 and let's get on Z6 III.
Well said.
Yeah, I mean that's
Well,
just
you don't hear any rumors like that from Nikon. They just stay quiet.
Yeah.
So
So
when they're quiet, that means they're going to do something.
yeah.
Well, Roy has said before on the other shows that it is out there in the world.
It is amongst the reviewers, but it's been delayed, I believe.
Yeah.
They might be building up stocks or something. It looks like it's just a non-retro ZF.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks very similar.
Well, but
That's
everybody,
calling Roy, telling him to stop it.
how much
Spreading rumors.
can
Yeah,
How much-
Z-Wade is my illegitimate son, but I don't want people to know that.
how much can they take before they shut out ZF. I mean, that's a Z6 right there.
It is.
Exactly.
So this is why I think that the Z6 III will be a little bit more, and I don't know. I guess it's 30 megapixel. I don't know.
I think it'll
Okay,
also
Chuck,
probably have-
since you decided to put yourself on the panel this week with some arm twisting, I'm going to throw the $1 million question at you.
Yeah.
Will Nikon make a Z7 III?
I don't think so.
Man, no,
No, because Z8. Yeah.
Say what?
Who needs it?
I think more than half of us are shaking our heads saying they don't need it.
The
I
only
think
thing,
if they made a really budget 45 or 46 megapixel camera or more, just cut everything out they don't need and made it really cheap, it'd be a good landscape camera.
yeah,
Z7 III.
I think it'll be a 60 megapixel camera, maybe more, but
I don't want
I don't
more.
know. I think they're thinking right now about the Z6 III and the Z7 III.
Mm.
$300 ones.
Well, Fuji does the same thing, is where they like they have the XT5 and then they have the XH2 and H2S. So it's just different models,
Hmm.
same sensor. I think with the Z6 III, it's going to be bigger. I don't know about the megapixels, but with the Z7 III, if they want to, I think the Z8 competes with the A7R5. Even if the A7R5 has more megapixels, I'd rather choose the Z8.
Yeah, more versatile.
Yeah. Well, I've got the s- previous Z7. It gives me, so I got Z1 and Z3, Z2. I was thinking I'm going to buy a think about Z6 III.
Mm.
I got plenty of megapixels in the uh, G9 or
And
Z9 and Z8. So I don't know. Well, anyway, um, I who knows what the Z6 III or the Z7 III will make in a good word or something.
We got to go to like I think we got to start making trips to fortune tellers.
Yeah. Mhm. Mhm.
Say what camera is in our future for Nikon and
You last 2 years now or 2 years ago, we were thinking about what would they bring out, and no idea we would have the cameras that we got, and it
We should
leaves,
be happy.
yeah, it leaves us where now and then you know the Z, yeah, I don't know, the Z6 III and the ZF are a problem.
yeah, we don't know. They may, instead of throwing out a Z7 III, they may go the whatever you want to call it, the Z90 that some people call it. The pro level APS-C camera might come out, as the D500 replacement or whatever. You don't know what they have up their sleeve, what they may do. And Nikon's saying, well, no news on a Z9 replacement, but the Z9 replacement, I don't think is anything that's in a rush, because every time they come out with a major firmware update, it's almost like getting another camera for free. So, I mean, as long as they keep doing that, I'm not in a hurry for a Z9 too,
Well, but
because
I
they're
mean,
doing a good job.
let's face it. The only reason they're gonna give it is it's gonna be a money saver to the regular people. That's what that's what it's going. It's going to be. In my word, I don't know.
I mean, I think if people have it in their head that a high-end camera, and obviously only Sony's the only one that's done it so far, and people aren't really jumping on the bandwagon, and whether it be Canon now or coming out with a global sensor, at their end, at least not right now anyway. I mean, that may be something that happens down the road, but my personal opinion is if Nikon does it, they're going to wait until that technology is a little bit more refined, and you don't have any penalty in terms of being able to have low ISO, and better dynamic range, and not have any of the slight negatives that you get with a global sensor. So I think they're going to wait till it's a little further along, and then they might join the party. But Sony, hey, I tip my hat off to them. They had the gonads to do it, and they did it. So good for them.
Yeah. Well, what do you think, Gasabo and Ramel and Mozman? What do you think about this Z6 III and Z7 III?
I think it's
Yeah.
I think it's possible for them to sustain. I mean, let's think about it. You got the Z6, Z7, Z8, Z9, Z50, and the Z30. That's 6 bodies. I think it's possible to sustain those. I mean, the ZF and the ZFC, those are not cameras they're going to be renewing. Those are special edition cameras. So those we can't even really consider in the lineup going forward. So I think it's totally possible to sustain 6 bodies. I think 6 bodies is probably the most they could sustain. I mean, they don't have the production capabilities that Fuji has, or obviously any of the other manufacturers, but I think 6 bodies is sustainable. But I think you're right about the Z7. It's got to be something. It's got to be a departure from what the Z8 and the Z9 have. It's got to be a very specific audience. I think it's the higher megapixel, and I think the Z6 III is going to have to be heavily focused toward the video crowd.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think?
See, personally, I thought the ZF would just replace both of them, and they just use the firmware updates, for keep this Z6 II and Z7 II going. They still update the Z6 and Z7 and other they even update some DSLRs. So.
Yeah.
But I think the point that Chuck make, which is exactly what Mossman have been saying as well. The CF, correct, is packaged in a modern body with modern control, will be the Z6 III, correct, or very close to it. Then there is the only lane for the Z7 III is the higher megapixel, lower short speed camera for landscape product photography, something that you don't need to have, fast frame per second. Okay, that can stay at 5 frames per second. That will be okay. All right, or 10 frames per second. So I think but I agree, Mossman. That's a very good point. Those are like CFC and CF is like special edition cameras. Correct? They don't need to be in the lineup renew permanently, correct? They don't need to have a follow-up because they are on their own ecosystem.
Yep.
Well, they have to make those cameras. They're a lot less different, or a Z8 and a Z9. It's gonna lose some of the things in those cameras, but it'll have, it has to believe, or it has. Well, go ahead, Jeffrey.
Well, I think the Z6 III, unlike the ZF, though, I think it'll be a slightly bigger body, and it won't have that micro SD card in it. It'll have, 2 normal card slots of some type, but it won't have the micro SD card in it. But they have, when you look at the price points of all the bodies, they've got enough gap to throw in, a Z6 III and, have it under, have it, $3,000 or something like that. And then if they did a Z7 III, have these like $500 increments, between some of the bodies. And from a price perspective, they have a window to fit in 2 cameras, a Z6 III and a Z7 III, because they can differentiate the features and they have a little bit of, they could charge $500 more or whatever for a Z7 III, and it would still be cheaper than a Z8. Okay, so they can do it in terms of the money part of it, but I guess time will tell. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if, I mean, they're so used to, you follow their pattern. The Z6 and the Z7 were the same time. The Z6 II and the Z7 II are within, they're either the same time or within a month of each other coming out. So are they going to follow the same pattern, or are they going to break the pattern and try to sneak in that APS-C body, which, I mean, some people don't see a need for it, but I mean, I think they would sell enough. I mean, they wouldn't lose money on it. There's a lot of people that don't want to buy $6,000 lenses. They want to be able to get a get a 300 millimeter lens that behaves like a 450 millimeter lens, or get a 1:4 that ends up being, at the high end, like like almost 600 millimeters or whatever. So there's a market for that. There's a reason why and APS-C certainly doesn't hurt Fuji, because their sales are up. They're not doing full frame cameras, and their sales are up. So you can't say APS-C is dead, because you've got other companies making APS-C cameras that are doing pretty darn good.
Yeah. Let me ask a question here, because this issue of the professional versus the prosumer, and we have Roy here, which has been a professional, obviously on a particular style of photography. Roy, I know you're retired, but if you were, let's say, more active than you were before, would you take a professional 24 megapixel camera or a
It depends on what I'm shooting.
prosumer 45 megapixel camera?
Because I shoot product, not sports
Exactly.
or events, I'd go for the bigger one.
Exactly.
45, 46 is a good size, because no diffraction.
Hey,
Exactly.
let me throw this at you. What if the Z6 III and the Z7 III come out with the new stuff? To slower, to shrink the camera down.
Small body.
What is not tag on it? Yeah. What am I trying to say?
Make it like a street photography camera?
No. What new what is it doing with the new iPad?
Oh, with the processor.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
like the phone processor.
everything is now stream tried. Now, what if they tried the Z7 III or the Z7 or Z6 or 3 and shrunk it?
Okay.
Just like the CPUs.
Yes.
Like in computers.
Most cameras have already got the
Like the 3
ORM chips.
millimeter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Millimeter, I should say.
There's too much. There's. I'm traveling trying to get this out, but the new all format, it would be a lot smaller and slender. The camera.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
So anyway,
okay. No, look.
Go ahead.
No, Chuck. Indeed, I mean, a smaller, lighter camera is always better, correct? Except for the heat dissipation issue,
Right.
correct?
But you put a fan in it. But the smaller microprocessor use less power and they give off less heat, is what he's trying to say.
Well,
So
there's got to be, what or who knows
How
what.
small? This small?
Yeah, like that.
or like the ZV-1 Mark II, like
Yeah,
I have up here. Yeah.
I don't know, but I mean, it's just some to think around. That new iPad is, man, it is so it's remarkable,
Yeah.
and
You know.
they might be able to put it into camera. Oh, anyway.
Popcorn's ready.
Yeah, this camera makes popcorn. In case you guys didn't know.
Let me ask you guys a question here, because Tim, you will be interested on this one. So, I've been watching a lot of astro landscape photographers videos. Those are actually in Spain, Spanish, correct? They do fantastic astro landscape, correct? Now these guys mostly work out of the C6 II. They don't work with the C7 because a lot of the astro landscape they do it in pano, correct? And basically they create a very large resolution by merging all these photos, correct? And but they like it because of the dynamic range of the
Yeah,
C6. Okay? So
less
so you
noise
can
too.
see there is always way to go around the issue if you are a landscape person, correct? Not to have as bigger file as you can by using these panels, correct? And
Mhm.
it's very popular. I tell you, it's amazing what some of these photographers in Spain are doing, correct?
Well, it's just there's a lot to be going around in the camera world now. So, hey guys, listen, I I got to run out. I'm going to jump off because it's time for me to get to bed.
Hey,
It's,
we pushed you for an hour and a half. That's
yeah,
good. That's
yeah,
good.
What Jeff doesn't know is when you wake up in the morning, we'll still be on.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because
I'll never break Chuck's record of God 7:30 or something in the morning. Was it Tim? Something like that.
2.5 hours.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was insane.
Yeah. That's,
Oh
I
man,
think you're in the Guinness Book of World Records for that one, Chuck.
Exactly.
Should be.
all right.
Chuck, you got a couple minutes so I can share my screen, just show you a few photos.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm,
yeah.
mhm.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. He's got he's the big uh, shoot. Look,
Predictive.
Nice knobby tires on that sucker.
man, that's nice. There's the big in the big. Um,
Yep.
who was it? John Jet. Uh, he won out there, didn't he?
Oh, I don't know their names. I don't know their
Yeah,
names yet.
it's his name. Yeah. Well,
But here, I'll show you one guy that I whose name I do know now.
okay.
Nosy man.
That's too much, man.
I didn't even notice when I was there shooting, and I didn't even notice until I got home, and then I was looking through the photos, and I had to take I did a double.
You had to clone out that eye.
Yeah, that's what Jeff said.
Yeah. His new favorite writer now. His new writer.
Yep, that's him.
Those are good pros, man. God, I love that. Oh man. Yep. Man.
Talk about needing to take a bath afterwards, huh?
Exactly.
Man.
All that dirt kicking up. That's something.
Did your camera got dirty as well, Mossman?
No, I got sprayed with dirt a couple times, but I knew it was coming, so I was able to, like, turn the camera away in time.
Yeah. Oh man.
Look at that one.
Man. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah.
This guy ended up winning the race.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Man.
Ooh. That's fantastic. Zooming, Chuck, Mossman.
Yeah.
Wow. You see, that's what we need to do. Get out and take some photos. Correct.
Yeah. Mhm.
Look at that. Eye tracking.
You got
Behind the helmet.
eye autofocus through
Through the goggles.
through the goggles. Yeah.
Man, it's too much. I like it.
And what lens were you using, Mossman, for the 400?
What did I know? I used the 70 to 200 most of the day.
Okay.
I had all access, so I could go anywhere I wanted on the track. So
Okay.
I didn't need to use the 400.
Man.
So that's a little champagne spray at the end.
That's the only way. That's if you're the winner, you get to clean yourself off with champagne.
You see, Chuck, Mossman did the old trick. When you say, I'm going to say bye-bye, he said, wait a second. Let's start a new conversation so you stay longer.
Yeah.
You know that trick, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I perfected it.
I learned that from the man.
Remember, Chuck, when at 1 o'clock in the morning hit, you would always look at how many people were still in the chat. And
Yeah.
if more people started to come in from other countries, you said, "Oh, we can't quit now. We got to keep going."
Wow, those are good, Tim.
Yeah, very nice.
All right,
Great.
yeah, thanks for letting me share those for Chuck.
Man.
Now there is no excuse for you not to send photo for the photo review.
Yeah, no, I've been so busy that I started editing these today, just because I wanted to have something. I've shot about 2,000 photos, so I haven't even gone through most of them.
That's the problem.
Yeah, it is a problem.
Do you use AI for that?
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
No.
And you seem to have good light as well. So kind of overcast, not so contrasty, which is fantastic.
Oh yeah, the lighting was perfect. It was cloudy, overcast day. It was perfect.
Yeah.
Yep. You learned cherish those days.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Tim, you can be now Chuck's assistant in one of the races.
Yep.
Man, it's a lot of fun. Hey, listen, I hope my speech has been improved.
Definitely.
Yep.
I think so. Mm.
Yeah, and I mean it's not even close to being what it used to be, but I am at least now open to make with move to some. Let me find another way to say this. I think. Well, you probably enjoy it more, and I just need to carry up and beat speech my well, I'm tired.
Yeah, but you're getting there, and you come here every Saturday and you practice.
Yeah, I'm going to spend some time working with you on egg. But hey, thanks a lot to all the people in the show. I'm going to be here. I'll try next week because um, we should try.
Yeah, we got the photo review next week. So yeah, we need you.
All right.
We need you
All
to
right.
be. We need you to be a judge.
Yeah. All right. So you know, first big thumbs up, and and I'll tell you, I'll see y'all later. Okay.
All right. Good
Thanks,
night, Jeff.
thanks for coming on, Chuck. I appreciate it.
All right, bud.
Take care,
Thank
Chuck.
you very much.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Take care. See you next week.
Mm.
So that's wonderful. Having Chuck joining us tonight, and get him out here next week for our photo review. And he's going to be taking some pictures, I think, coming up. Some portrait shots in his studio.
Ooh.
And so hopefully he can send in a few of those pictures that he takes. And at least when we were talking, that's what he was hoping to be able to do, send in a few images from a photo shoot. When he has his, I think it's his stepdaughter comes over and with some friends, and they take pictures and whatnot. So hopefully we will get some images for next week from Chuck. And so once again, thank him so much for coming on tonight. I told him, I says, you don't realize how important it is for everybody in the chat, everybody on the panel, to just see you on the show. Makes everybody feel good. It means a lot to us just to have his presence here on the show, and we want to keep him, ready to come back when he's ready to come back, but get him using his little fancy controls and everything,
Exactly.
But so since we've been here, it's almost 11:15, so I'll just put the reminder up again. We'll do it maybe one or two more times tonight, for the photo review next week. We got 53 images right now. Last month we had 80 that we presented, 80 images. So let's hope that you guys hit me with a landslide of pictures in the next 6 days. And we hit that number again, because I don't mind. If 80, we show all 8. We stay on as long as we have to. You get me 80 pictures, we're going to talk 80 pictures. You send me 100 pictures, we're going to show 100 pictures. You want the show to last till 7:30 in the morning, you send me 200 pictures. So I'll probably regret having said that last comment.
We'll make sure you do.
Yeah. So everybody will make sure I regret that comment, and then my wife will beat the what out of me.
Yeah.
A few other things. Let's see what else we got here. A few other things.
Looks like Jeff and Leslie are leaving.
Jeff and Leslie, thanks a lot. Thanks for coming in. Oh, you can teach a class tomorrow. Okay. So what are you teaching, Jeff? What are you guys teaching tomorrow? Is it photography related or something else? And Jeff, if you're still here, I hope your dad's doing well. Keep us posted. I hope he's recovering well from his stroke. Okay, Bible study for a youth group. Say hi to your dad for us. Let's see what else we got. I'm sure some of you are aware, and hopefully nobody else had happen to them what happened to me. Lightroom came out with a new version, 13.3. And 13.3 added what they call AI generative remove, and a lens blur function in Lightroom. Now, the lens blur function I used, and that worked reasonably well. I didn't have really any issues with that. The AI generative remove, I got to read more on that. When I first used it, it didn't wow me. Let's say I had a large diameter branch, and I just said I'm going to try to remove this large diameter branch. And when I first, dragged over part of it, and I had it go through its thing, I could tell there was a branch still there. All it did was camouflage. Like, say the branch was brown, it went and it camouflaged the branch to blend in with the green leaves or whatever, but I could still tell it was a branch. And it didn't really do a good job. And then I tried using it again on some more simpler edits, and even with those, sometimes I had to perform the task more than once to have it clean it up. So I'm going to have to, go on YouTube and or take the tutorial and see if I'm missing something that isn't obvious to me, and make sure that I'm not screwing up because I don't know any better or whatever. But the scary thing that happened to me though was I updated the software, and then the next day I went into my computer, and my Lightroom could not find none of my pictures were on the computer anymore.
Wow.
Every folder had the infamous question mark in it, like it didn't know where the files were. And you guys know that lots of times almost every time when Lightroom does a firmware update, it creates a new catalog. Okay, so the only thing I could think of was, for whatever reason, it didn't like the fact that it created a new catalog. So I went back and I tried to open up an old catalog, and I couldn't even tell you what I did, because I was like freaking out big time that I couldn't find any of my pictures. There's nothing scarier than that. And I just did a whole bunch of things, and then eventually I got them back. And then but it seemed like the software was working really, really slow, like my computer slowed down. But then it was weird because the next day I went in and I did some photo editing, and I did some, applied denoise to a few images, and everything worked kind of like the normal speed that it was. So I don't know what happened, but
There's been a lot of solar flares.
it scared the pants off of me. I'll tell you that, when I couldn't find see anything in my folders. I'm like, oh my God.
Well, now, did you get an update at that same time, the Mac OS update? Because it slowed down my computer and messed up my settings again.
No,
They just updated.
I think I updated the Mac OS earlier than the Lightroom.
All right.
But yeah, I don't. Nobody likes it when you upload another version and all of a sudden your computer starts acting
Yep.
poorer than it did before. You want your computer to be running better, not get worse. But that's so anyway. I'm not going to give a strong narrative on the AI generative mode, remove mode, or the lens blur was okay, but I got to look more into the AI generative remove, because usually I'll go into Photoshop if I got to get rid of something, and that works really, really good. So I'll hold off my verdict on that for now until I fool with it some more.
It's supposed to be the one in Lightroom or in Camera Raw, supposed to be the same engine that is in Photoshop. But some people that have read the review, they say that still the one in Photoshop seems to be a little bit more consistent.
Yeah.
Now, there is no, like anything, correct? Nothing is infallible. There are stuff that is easy to remove than other, right? And remember, you can do just removal, and the other ones you can say, uh, you can try to indicate to the camera what to do, correct? Beyond, give a little bit of a help by putting a description, correct?
Yeah.
So keep trying, but
Yeah.
try it also in Photoshop, because typically I don't see. I still prefer to, if I had to do some removal, to do it in Photoshop, correct?
Yeah, that's really. I only know a few features in Photoshop. I don't really, because I don't retain it when I take the courses, because I don't use it all. It's not my default program. If I made it my default program, then yeah, I'd be really good at Photoshop. But I don't. So therefore, I go in there for one or two things, and that's all I do. But I like this comment from Albert. He's looking at Nikon, at Canon rumors, and their next Canon's going to have shoelace tracking. Unless you're shoeless Joe Jackson, and then you're in trouble, right? But
So Terry is asking you a question there, Jeff, on this live room.
Did I update the data when started? Not sure what he means by that. The only thing I think sometimes when it asks you when you exit the program if you want to do another backup file of your library, sometimes I say no, because I haven't put that much on since the last time or whatever. So that's the only thing I can think of that I didn't do prior to loading in the new version, was I didn't do a backup on my existing library before it went, and it told me it was going to convert the old library and put it in a new library. But yeah, I don't know what happened, but boy, I got real. I mean, I knew my files are on my drives. I mean, I know they're there, but I mean, when you don't see them in your app that you use all the time, it definitely. I was ready to go to bed, and I says, I'm not going to bed till I figure this out. You're frantically trying to figure out what's going on. But let's see what we got here. Yeah, I kind of agree with this. I mean, I only do some of this rumor talk because some people really, really want that stuff. But personally, I would rather not even talk about a camera till it's out. Till it's out. And like I said, I'm at that point now where I'm very happy with what I own. So I really don't. I personally don't really care what comes out when. And it's interesting conversation to have about other camera brands and like I said before, all these camera brands have great products, so you're not going to go wrong with any of them. But
lenses are more exciting.
Yeah, when you're not in the market for one, it's you're like, whatever.
So I'm dealing more with adapters and using other lenses on the Nikon cameras.
I'd like to see a 200 f2 in Z mount, and something like the Canon's 10 to 20 in full frame for the Nikon.
Yeah.
Maybe a fisheye and a tilt shift, and I've got a list.
Yeah, there's probably, you could probably make a list of, I'd say probably at least half a dozen lenses.
Easy.
At least 6 to 8 anyway that they could still do.
You think they're going to make it the 200 millimeter in Z, or they're just going to try
eventually
to
well, 200 millimeter macro would be nice.
That would for bug shooters.
For bug shooters, yeah.
They've always had a F2 in their lineup, so it's surprising we haven't got one already.
Yeah, it really bugs me that we don't have a 200 macro. It really bugs me. It's a friend of mine, God's honest truth. He says, he says, I don't shoot macro anymore with, I mean, I shoot with my old lenses because I won't use like a 50 or a 60 macro, and he won't use a 105. He says, I will buy a 200 when it comes out. That's what I want is a 200. So
Well, you need 200 for if you're a bug shooter, because otherwise you're too close.
Okay.
Tim, Mazman, aka Tim, is going to take a break for dinner. So, okay, we'll see you hopefully when you get back. I'm sure we'll still be here. Just as they say, just eat fast and come back. eat fast. Give yourself some agita. Eat too quick. And John's saying Diana shot her first bug picture yesterday.
Look forward to seeing it on the show.
Yeah, John, it's funny. Well, my wife doesn't use cameras, doesn't care about cameras, any of that stuff, but she would never take a picture of a bug because she's scared to death of bugs in general. I mean, I never saw anybody so scared of insects in my life. She's really, really freaks out by them.
I think
go ahead.
For most use, 50 to 100 is good for macro, but bug shooters need the 200.
Yeah, I mean, 105 is great for flowers, right? Great for flowers, and if you happen to have a small bug in it, that's okay. But yeah, if you want to really get close to some of the stuff that's bigger, maybe more skittish, the 200 is nice to be able to back off, back away.
Otherwise, you scare the bug.
Yeah.
It doesn't take a teleconverter. At least that temporarily fix the problem.
Yeah. Now, for those of you that peruse Nikon rumors, you probably heard about, all these awards that certain cameras are getting, woohoo, awards. So, Nikon, I never heard of the Red Dot Award. 6 Nikon products got the 2024 Red Dot Award, which is presumably the largest class design awards in the world that selects product with excellent design within the previous 2 years based on 9 criteria, including degree of innovation, functionality, ergonomics, ecology, and durability. So the products that Nikon got awarded was for the Z8, the ZF with the Nikon SE lens kit, 135 millimeter plena, the 600 PF, and what they call a Nikon Eclipse JI, and that is a smart imaging system that utilizes AI to automate the acquisition and analysis of cellular images, streamlining research workflows involving cancer and nerve disease. So it says the smart imaging system with a digital inverted microscope will go on sale from September 8th. And that's pretty cool. And then they had another digital imaging microscope that came out as well. And then they also won, and once again, here is just a poor choice of words. Not a true statement. Nikon also dominated the 2024 Grand Prix Awards. They didn't dominate. They got 3 awards versus 2 each for Sony and Canon. You can argue that they really only got 2 awards because 2 awards were for the same product. Okay, they got a lens of the year was the plena, and that same lens won Reader Award for best lens. So you got 2 awards for the same product. So, but they counted as 2 things, and then they got the editor's choice for technology with the Z8 auto capture function, and the camera of the year was the Sony A9 III, and I haven't heard any reports about how many they sold. I don't really think they sold a lot of them. but because it doesn't appear in any of the top selling camera listings, from when they report on camera sales in Japan or whatever from the top camera stores, the A9 III doesn't show up on the list really, but it is a specialized camera. So between its price point and its what it's catered to, I think is it's not going to show up in that being a high sale volume camera. It doesn't mean it's not a good camera. And a lot of people started slamming it in the comments section, the A9 III, and I'm not going to sit here and slam it. I'm not going to be one of them. But as I always say, whether you're looking at lenses or camera bodies or whatever, be a smart consumer and do your research and make out a list of what you want. What are your priorities? What do you want in a camera? What would you like in a camera? What are the have to haves? What are the nice to haves? And what are the I don't care whether it has it or not list, and make out that list and take the time to do it and then make the right decision for you, whatever brand, whatever camera, but do some homework because all these camera brands have so many choices. You got a lot of choices between brands and you have a lot of choices within the same brand. And do your homework and make what's the right decision for you. And that's all. Because every manufacturer is going to try to tell you what you need to buy, right? And that's their job, right? On their marketing department, we gotta make everybody feel like that their camera's obsolete if they don't buy ours because ours is so much better, So we got to make everybody want to spend more money again. Do your homework. See if it's really worth buying that new camera. And and even Simon says, and Tim joked with me like Simon should have a live stream, call it Simon Says. Right? That would be. I agree with that. That would be a great thing for him to do. Say Simon Says live stream. And one thing he's saying is, hey, go out and buy the R. You got the R5 II coming out, but go out and buy the R5, man. It's $1,000 off. It's a great camera. It's $1,000 off. So he's in many ways he's pushing people to buy. Don't
Save your money.
Save your money. Buy an R5. Get an extra lens. So
Be obsolete in a year anyway.
I give him credit for that. That's a new cameras don't make the new cameras coming out don't make what you have been happy with for a year or two or more and all of a sudden turn it into instantaneous piece of junk. That's not how it works.
Yeah, at my local camera store, they got the R5 for $2,350 used. That's a pretty good price.
We got Flintlock is in the house, so say hi to Flintlock. You haven't heard from him in a while. So
people get greedy. They see all the YouTubes and they want something new. I think it's going to change everything, and it doesn't.
Yeah, Robert Varner says his D500 is the last camera in his lifetime. D500 is a good one. It's a good camera.
Don't use it much anymore, but I've still got one.
Yeah. My friend has one for a backup camera right now. He bought the Z8, but he still likes his D500. But it's funny, I did what Roy does religiously, and I haven't been very religious about it. Is I had a day where I actually was going to be home all day, and I said, okay, what am I going to do? And I don't want to be editing photos all day long because my elbows get sore sitting on the armrest sometimes, and my arms get sore. So I'm like, I got to do something else. So I decided finally, get the D850 off the shelf. I opened up my door off of this room, and I got a small second floor porch. So I put the chair, I sat in my chair with my D850, and I put all my F-mount lenses on it one at a time, and I cycled them all and focused on the railing on the porch. Then I focused on the houses in the background. Then I would defocus it and take the focus ring and turn it, make it blurry, and and focus again on the background, and I exercise it, and I shot it like at least 3 different apertures, and did that for every lens. So I finally exercised the lens and got the grease moving around.
Mostly the silent wave motor ones, the expensive ones.
Yeah. So, but I, it's funny. I forget how much how you put a certain lens on. You go, I haven't used that lens in a long time, and boy, I liked it because I would check the images as I was taking them too. And I put my 70 to 200 FLED lens on, and that takes wonderful shots. Wonderful shots.
I wouldn't complain about using a D850 or a D500.
No,
Still
not
great
at all.
cameras,
No.
especially for wildlife.
Yeah, absolutely. And the D850 is great for doing landscapes and stuff too.
One thing people don't appreciate with cameras is how quickly they turn on. A lot of the medium format cameras take 2 or 3 seconds to turn on,
Yeah.
and it drives me nuts. At least the Nikon's turn on straight away.
So our friend, real Nikon lover Jim, is on a cruise ship going to Alaska. So hopefully he has a very enjoyable vacation, and I hope the weather improves. Yeah, get rid of those last 3 words, and you'd be happy. Get rid of the rain, the fog, and the wind. Right.
A little bit of fog can be very photogenic.
Yeah. And this is true too. Best camera you have is the one that's in your hands. Absolutely.
Learn everything about the camera you've got.
Yeah. Yep. Hello, Flintlock. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I agree with that statement. You don't. It's nice to. I used to have an old. God, I miss it. You guys heard the story years ago. I had all my camera gear got stolen out of my house, but I had a Canon. Yes, I had a Canon camera, folks. I had one of the camera, like a G7 Power Shot. It was kind of like a high end. It had a lot of features on it for like a small camera, so it was great for like had a reasonably good zoom range on the lens, and it was a very good camera to have. Like, just leave it in your car, So if you saw something while you're driving, you have something there to use, and it had the a fixed lens on it, and I really like that camera a lot, And then I'm not sure if they still make the G series cameras anymore or not. Maybe somebody can answer that question. I don't think they do, right?
No.
I've lost track of Canon and
No, the
Sony.
point shoots they're not. Or the GX7, wasn't that where you could interchange lane or the lens? Was that before the M series?
Well, the
I
Canon,
like the M series.
the Power Shot ones were just like a
Point and shoot. Fixed lens.
they were a point and shoot, but they had like 35. They had good features on it, like exposure compensation. It had a lot of stuff that was on high end cameras, but it was in a smaller body, and like maybe like a 20 megapixel camera, a 19 megapixel camera, that type of thing. And it was a really nice camera to just have in your car, so that if you saw something, you could get a decent image, and you didn't have to like bring a lot of stuff with you, So I mean, I still would like something like that, and maybe that's where I know I kind of poo-pooed Joey a little bit when he was talking about the Panasonic camera, but let me find my notes on that. I poo-pooed it for a reason, so I'll tell you.
S5 II is a great video camera.
The reason
Not so much for stills.
oh, come on,
Small HDMI port.
the
You need a full-size HDMI port.
The reason I kind of knocked it was, if I could find it here. Oh yeah, so I had a comment here saying all of a sudden it seems like these smallish cameras are the current rage, coming out lately, these very small cameras. And the Panasonic came out with the Lumix S9 S9 ILC full frame 24.2 megapixel CMOS sensor, and it has multiple colors like a ZFC or a ZF. Get multiple colors. Petapixel did a review on it. They personally considered it a beginner stills / video camera, ideal for TikTok. Folks that want to do quick videos for TikTok and Reels, associated in some program called Reels, which I never heard of before. And they said not necessarily YouTube. They said quick videos to be shared without editing. 5-axis IBIS, same as the S5 II, 6K 30p, 4.20, 10-bit video, 4K, C4K / 4K 60p, 422, 10-bit unlimited, 3-inch, 1.8 million dot tilt-free angle touch LCD. The big thing has a button called LUTs, like a real-time LUT. And think of a LUT kind of like the way they described it. And really, it's like a picture control for video. Like you have your picture controls on your Nikon. If you're doing JPEGs, you can go in and say, oh, I want to make, I like my pictures to be vibrant. Right, you got standard, you got vibrant, you have different menus where you can adjust the sliders and kind of customize things the way you want them. And that's kind of what this LUT button is, where you can either download pre-done LUTs or create your own, or you might, I'm sure there's some that are on the camera to begin with. So they're trying to change the mindset because a lot of people talk LUTs all the time. So they're trying to kind of push that. So it's like a one button approach to putting in certain sets of camera settings that affect how your video footage is going to look. It's got a crop and a hybrid zoom, single card slot, but it has no EVF. It has no autofocus joystick. Doesn't have a mechanical shutter. They say it has a slow sensor, so you get rolling shutter. It does not have a hot shoe for a flash. It has a cold shoe, and so it has no flash at all. And what I'm trying to think of his name there on Petapixel, the guy that does the video reviews, what he didn't like was there's no way to monitor your audio. You can't plug in a headset or earplugs or whatever and monitor your audio levels in the camera. And it has at 6K, it has a 10-minute recording limit. And if you're just doing 1 or 2 minute videos, it doesn't matter, right? But if you're trying to do it for serious video shooting, you're probably better off with the S5 II for, an extra $300 for that camera. Although it is bigger, this camera is very, very small. So the body itself is $1,497.99. If you get the 20 to 60 millimeter f3.5 to 5.6 lens, it's $1,797.99. And if you wanted to buy they have a Lumix S 26 millimeter f8 lens for $197.99. So, I mean, it as I say, different strokes for different folks. So there are people that will get very excited about this camera, but it's more of an entry level fun camera, I think, than in a super serious camera. But it may be, like Joey says, for B-roll, extra camera. Hey, might be just what you're looking for. So.
But I tell you, it baffles me a little bit that you have all these preset in the dial on the top of the camera.
That's on the
Fuji, huh?
Fuji, yeah, with all the film simulations.
Exactly.
So they got rid. Normally, that dial would be for choosing your how many frames per second, right?
Exactly.
High, low, single shot. Or some other modes of some kind, and all that stuff now is transferred to your menu screen. You have to go to your menu screen to do those functions because all your film simulations are on the dial. So I think that's I'd say that's a 2/3 of the people aren't going to want that. A third of the people are going to love it, and 2/3 of the people are going to miss the other stuff that used to be on the dial.
Exactly. But
So-
put it in the dial rather than a menu, correct? Because I think it's great that the marketing is for this simulation, given that it's a film company, correct? And appeal to that era nostalgia and try to recreate the same colors. So that's fantastic. But put it in the top dial, man. It would be nice that you can, go and when you export your JPEG, it comes with a particular simulation because I'm sure it's still shooting some sort of raw.
Yeah, well, they I think they said on that camera that when you're using the film simulation and you're in the JPEG mode, it bakes it into the JPEG file. But that
Fine.
Lightroom and one other software program apparently, if you're using that film simulation and you're shooting raw, it will import the
Parameters.
parameters into the raw file when you import the image in with certain software programs.
And that's fantastic, but is the real estate that gets used for that dial?
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you, those. I mean, how many simulations there are? There is hundreds of simulations, correct?
Well, I think it's around 60.
It's like exactly. It's like the presets, correct? That you always make fun. They're selling presets. You can create your own, and I mean that's what these are. They are presets, correct?
Well, they have up to 39, I believe, so you can add more. But I think they're trying to compete with Fuji on that, with the LUTs and stuff. What they're trying to show is it's easier to send those pictures now through their app to your phone, to your computer, tablet, whatever. That's a nice feature to have. I'm more video centric, so I want the longer videos. But, it kind of reminds me back in the early days with the 4K where you can only shoot 3 to 5 minutes before the camera overheated. So I was surprised they didn't put a fan in it, or at least attach a fan like they did with the G8.6 or another camera. I forget which one. Fuji did that too, just to keep it cool. But I think more it's besides TikTok and Insta, or I forget what it's called.
Instagram.
Yeah. So, it's just, I think that's what's going on. I got to turn this off again. I've been practicing with the ZV-1 and it's failing me. This is the second time it's said, hey, it's too hot.
Smaller the camera, the more it heats up.
Yeah.
That's why video cameras are so big. Lots of cooling and fans in them.
Yeah, Mark Lynch is taking off. So good night to Mark. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate it. Yeah, there's so much going on now. I didn't have a chance to really look at it much yet, but it's probably one of the cheaper cameras Leica's done, as they came out with that smaller. I think it's 20
Deluxe 8.
Deluxe 8 or whatever it is. It's like under $1,600, I think, or around $1,600, something like that. So
Still not cheap.
I was going to look at that and just to learn about it, but I haven't had a chance yet. I just saw the announcement on that.
I can't remember if it's a 1-inch sensor or the micro 4/3.
It's a 4/3 sensor. Yeah. 4/3
and
sensor.
It's fixed, but it's a variable. So I think it's like 12 to 40 or something like that. 24 to 80.
Yeah, I mean that now that nice, small, throw it in your pocket camera.
Yeah.
But you got to wonder now if it's what I want to read about it, because Panasonic. There's sometimes Panasonic will have a camera that's almost Panasonic. Lots of times had been using Leica glass on their camera bodies for a long, long time. I had some old Panasonic Lumix cameras that had Leica lenses on them, and then Leica would come out with a camera, and it was basically, it looked almost exactly the same as the Panasonic camera, other than the outer covering of the camera body or whatever, and it shaped a little different, but it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah. More expensive.
More expensive. Yeah. But but I'm gonna look at it just for ha-has. It looked worth a look.
Some of the news Leica lenses are not what they used to be.
Yeah, didn't somebody made a comment that Sigma's making some of their lenses?
Yeah,
huh?
they're killing it.
That explains it.
Sigma and then Viltrox.
Yeah. No.
I prefer Voigtlander or someone.
Well, Voigtlander's good.
Yeah, you had Voigtlander. Nobody'd cry about that because some of their glass was as good or better than Leica glass was. So that's that.
Well, what about Zeiss? Zeiss is good.
Yeah.
Zeiss, Casino make the Zeiss and the Voigtlanders.
Zeiss doesn't make. Zeiss does more now of
Sony stuff.
Well, they do a lot of optics for other applications,
Right.
Like business equipment,
Telescopes.
manufacturing equipment.
Yeah, I miss them dearly.
And spotting scopes
They're
and
great
binoculars,
lenses.
correct? Part of the business.
Yeah. Let's see what we got. They got so many of these Chinese companies now. I mean, you can't keep up with all of them. Now they have there's one called, I don't even know how you really pronounce it.
Well, I like the New Light one where
Aster
they're
Hope.
making the old-fashioned lenses that aren't being made anymore, and I think that's a great idea. And
Oh, don't mind a bit of distortion.
Since Jeff, since we have a new crop of people coming in, put the reminder, because we got Luis is coming in, and Tim just joined, Tim Hunter. So that those are people that send you photos too, so they need to send photos for next week.
We gotta put a reminder up for everybody here, because Flintlock, I know you do a lot of wildlife photos, man. Send me some photos before next Friday or by next Friday. Get them in the show for next Saturday show. Here's the information. If the file's a little bit larger than what's stated, I'm not gonna not show it. Okay, I'll leave it at that. I'm pretty flexible on that, but yeah, send in some stuff, man. I mean, we had, like I've said 5 times tonight, though I'll say it for the 6th time. We had 80 images last month's photo review. We're at 53 right now, so we got less than a week to try to get it back up to that 80 mark again. I mean, I think what Gustavo, and Roy, when we did the 80 images, I think we were going at a steady pace, and I think we were going until like 12:30 in the morning. I believe somewhere around there.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's quite a while, but yeah.
It was good. It was good.
Oh yeah, great pictures.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff, man.
So the question, going back to I distract you from your line of thought, but the question for the others here in the panel and the people in the texting as well. Should we anticipate at one time that these Chinese companies are going to catch up completely with
Certainly.
the Japanese? I
They
think they
should,
should, right?
They should overtake them eventually.
Exactly.
Very little is made in Japan these days. Like Fuji assembles their stuff in Japan, but it's all parts from Philippines.
Well, Roy, didn't you say some of those Chinese lenses were plastic?
For now,
The glass, what used to be glass elements, are now plastic.
Yeah.
They can just mold. They're nearly as good as glass, but it worries me.
Yeah, scratch.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it reduces the weight a lot.
Oh, it does, and the cost, because they
But
can
but they,
mold them.
but Roy, they eventually will develop the. I mean, they will have the capacity to create quality products too. Correct.
Yeah,
After all, they
some of the
manufacture
Chinese stuff is very good, but
exactly.
it's still getting there.
That void line there that you guys mentioned, is that producing in Germany or or this or is done in
Probably,
China?
who knows where they're made? I think it depends more on the company than where it's made these days, because a lot of the Nikon stuff's made here, there, and everywhere, and so is every other company.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's
When
depending
they,
on what the quality control is of the company. Like
yeah.
back in the 60s and that, when Nikon made a name for themselves, it wasn't because their gear was better. It's just it was consistently good.
Hmm.
Whereas you got, say, a Leica lens or that, you might get a good one or a bad one.
Yeah, they moved
Yeah.
from Canada, went back to Germany. Yeah.
Mm.
I was reading. I was reading. Tim and I were talking the other day, and it's like, yeah, if money was no object, I mean, and I know Roy, yeah, Roy, I'll let you shake your head like this, like ahead of time before I mention this, because you're going to do one of these.
Hmm.
I really like the Nikon SP limited edition camera that came out years after the original SP rangefinder, because they used modern manufacturing methods to redo an old design. And when it came to like calibration and adjustments, because of the technology was so much more advanced in terms of being able to do the calibration of
Quality
the
control is better.
29 or something lenses in that rangefinder to give you the image in there, that is something that could be out of sorts, on an old one, if it got bumped or whatever too hard. And they make the viewfinder so much brighter on the limited edition one that they did. But if you want a near mint or new one, it came with like a 35 millimeter f1.8 lens, and it runs around $5,000. But if I had to pick,
They had an F1 as well.
I would love to have that in my camera collection, that Nikon SP. But for
I'd collect it, but I wouldn't probably use it because rangefinders are just such a pain. They're just so slow to use. And the new digital rangefinders are not real rangefinders anyway. They're just normal mirrorless with a viewpiece in the wrong spot.
Yeah. well, what's funny, like with the Leicas, they sell the. I'm not so sure. I don't like it when they make that thumb rest, and the thumb rest slides into the hot shoe.
Yeah.
And it's like, do you really want to have pressure on that hot shoe? Like every time you push on that thumb rest.
So I
don't
had one on my Q3 and it became loose. So I
Yeah.
took it off because I didn't want to damage the.
Yeah. In the old days,
They didn't have that.
when they didn't have the cold shoe or the hot shoe as part of the pentaprism on the camera, they in some cases, Olympus did this. I mean, I think I have an Olympus that has a screw-on attachment that went on top of the pentaprism that had the cold shoe on it to put your flash on it. And then there were some where the cold shoe adapter would slide over like the plastic bezel, like for the viewfinder that you'd look through.
Okay.
And you look at those old cameras, and it's hard to find a camera that doesn't have a piece of that Bakelite broken off from when they slid down that hot shoe adapter, over your eyepiece. They all got damaged from that methodology, before they actually built those hot shoes or cold shoes into the camera body itself. So, but for me, like I said, Leica, everybody said, oh, buy the nice aluminum thumb rest and you're sliding it into your hot shoe, I don't think that's a
No, I didn't like the idea either.
best idea.
Bad enough using a rangefinder.
Yeah.
Focus on
Was you,
one.
and what was the purpose of doing that? It was used as the attachment point.
Somewhere to rest your thumb.
But
Yeah.
over there,
Yeah.
wow, awkward.
Rangefinder people are very strange.
And all that, and the price of that thing would blow you away too.
Mm.
Price of that thumb rest, oh my God, you don't want to know what that thumb rest costs.
$99.
That's what 3D printers are for.
Man. Yeah, and on the Olympus, I think I got one on the. Luke brings it up. Bad design. Yeah, on the Olympus one, I swear to God, the screw looks like it's a self-tapping screw going into your camera body. It's really scary. It looks awful.
I used to hate the early Nikons with their hot shoe that fitted over the dial, not over the pentaprism.
Yeah, that.
Oh yeah, that was on the dial when you're looking at it from the back on the left-hand side. You know, when you're looking.
Yeah.
When you have it held up to your face, the one on the left-hand side.
But you see, that in a way makes sense because you can see, looking in the top of your camera, that's the first point for shooting, for aiming.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring you over here bigger.
Okay. So I got the half camera case. It took away the thumb grip.
Yeah.
And they have an indent in there. So you just need I love this grip. I love the case because it protects the camera. And I got my thumb here.
Yeah, there's like a little depression, a little scallop area on the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to show it. Yeah, there we go. Right there.
Camera's just big enough to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a pretty camera, but
it's small. It's a point and shoot. It's a 28 millimeter, and it'll do macro. So, and it's a 1.7.
And what sensor size?
It's a full frame.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's a Q3. That's about.
Is that the 60 megapixel version?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing that turns me off with is that they don't have any compression with their files, so that it's your file sizes are always huge because they don't have like what you have in a Nikon where that 60 megabyte file is like 30 megabytes and still looks just as good, And I don't know why they
Obviously,
don't.
you're not used to medium format cameras with 400 or 500 megabyte files.
No, that's why I don't have one.
So but probably that the people that use that camera like for photography, they will not take 20 frames per second. They will take one photo, correct?
No, that can do some pretty good shoots. Also, the fact that it can go from 28 to 35 to 50 to 75 and 90 focal lengths. Of course, the megapixels goes down as more you zoom in, but the quality is still there. I've shown quite a few videos on this camera and car vlogging. Took it to the Botanical and Sunken Gardens, the zoo. It's a great small camera. The only thing is it says Leica on there, so I put a black tape over there just in case someone wants to,
So you're doing a David trick. David always covers up the Nikon logos on his
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to these days. It's not got the same effect on people as it used to.
Yeah.
Well, they just killed a UPS. Well, no, that was a different story. But when I worked at the post office, there were people stop and try to rob the postal clerks. One gal got killed. UPS drivers, FedEx drivers. It's crazy. They're breaking into mailbox cluster boxes. It's unreal.
Wow.
And then, of course, the ATM machines and stuff. I mean, I hate turning on the news. Said, okay, what's going on now? Oh, I don't want to hear this.
but
Cannibalism in Missouri.
the camera looks nice, Randall. The case also looks very retro type, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have nice half cases for
Oh,
Leica
okay.
cameras.
So that's not a Leica case. That's a
Yeah,
third party.
that's a third party case.
Yeah. I mean, if you start buying all Leica, you're not going to have any money. And I buy my stuff used. So this all looks
And
used.
that case also come in front, or is just like
No, no, I bought it off of Amazon, and this guy was from Hong Kong, so he does half cases for other cameras. He had one for Leica, and then he also had a strap to match it, so I bought it from him. He also had a thumb rest, but like I said, even if I liked the thumb rest that he had, it got loose in the hot shoe. So I said, I don't want to damage it. And the half camera case works great.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, nothing wrong with a hat. Yeah, because when you think about it, when you have the full case, you're covering the lens. You got to unsnap it, flip it over, then it's in your way.
flapping in the wing.
Flapping in the wind, yeah, and then sometimes you unsnap it, and then you got this half of a case. What do I do with it? I'll hand it to your wife if she's with you. Here, you want to hold this for me while I take a picture, and then snap it back on. It's like, yeah.
So what I like about this case is it has an arc Swiss plate on it, and you can still get to your SD card, which is separate, and then the battery. Okay, if I hit that, it doesn't fall out. You just have to press down on it, and then it comes out. And I like
Lenses are a bit big for a point and shoot, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's wonderful.
And were you shooting film or sorry, not film?
Well,
Were
you can do
shooting
8K
photos
video
or
on here,
video?
also. But on the video part, it's only for like 29 minutes, and then you have to restart it. It doesn't overheat. I haven't overheated, but I forget about the recording time, and then it stops after 29 minutes.
You see, Randall, for those video clips that I take, I mean, in a minute and a half is a long video clip for me.
Hey, that S9 will work for you.
I was gonna say that S9 would be perfect for you.
Exactly.
That S9.
The only thing is, it's for TikTok and Instagram. That's what I was trying to think of. Basically, short videos. You just talk a little bit about the product or where you are or whatever, and then that's what it's for. It's not for really content creators.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice where the app works, but you see, they're getting better. So Leica has it, and then Panasonic kind of copied Leica with their Photos app, and I like the some features, but I don't need it.
Z-Wade's taking off, guys. Say goodnight to him. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for checking in. Glad you were able to say hi to Chuck. I know he appreciated it. We got him to hang in with us, and of course, Mozman's trick up his sleeve with the motocross racing got him to stick on a little longer to see those pictures. So he was here for about an hour and 40 minutes. So that was fun. That was fun. Nican's taking off. Have a good one. Roy, are you? I want to find. Is Roy? He disappeared on me. I'll wait for Roy to come back. Yeah, I don't know how you pronounce this lens brand. ASTRHOTI. Aster Hody. They got an 85 millimeter f1.8 autofocus full frame Z mount lens for $249. Obviously a Chinese company, so I have no clue what the reviews are on that.
Probably a lot of purple fringing.
Yeah. Sigma came out with their 24 to 72.8 DG DN2 art lens for $11.99, but that's right now just the Sony E mount, and the Leica L mount lens is 7% smaller, 10% lighter than the original lens. And a lens that I know Roy is going to miss immensely, that's no longer supposedly being made and discontinued, is the infamous Sigma APO 200 to 500 f 2.8 that looks like a portable grenade launcher. If you've ever seen pictures, it's green, it's big, it's ugly.
I like APO lenses. Anything with APO, I like.
Mozman will be coming back. Flintlock, he took a break to have dinner, so I don't know when he's coming back, but I think he'll be coming back in a little while.
Dinner time in California.
Yeah, he's yeah, I mean, he's eating late. He actually was eating a little late tonight, 3 hours back.
He needs to send us some of that food photography that he does.
Yeah, he does. I tell you, he does some wonderful food photography. He really does. They have cooking contests at work, and he does a nice presentation, and he makes these real nice pizzas, and then he takes real nice pictures with the the garlic or whatever went into pizzas on the side, and he makes it look really professional. Does some really nice pictures of food.
As long as it cuts out the bits where they drop it on the floor.
Yeah. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I think I mentioned the earlier that I got 28 to 400's got a 3-month wait time on one of the Japanese online stores. 3-month wait time on that.
It's available here in the shops, but it's not my sort of lens. It's too big a zoom, too big a range.
Yeah.
Also too variable.
Something like that is not going to be good at 28 millimeters, and it's not going to be very good at 400.
But it'd be good for a travel lens.
Yeah. Nikon celebrating, or at least it's being discussed. They've now produced 120 million Nikkor lenses, which is
only
like
a few years ago they reached 1 million.
120 million. So they've doubled their lens production in the last 15 years, almost doubled their lens production in the last 15 years.
And we pay for it.
And yes. And
we bought most of them.
The guy that did those investment commercials, he says, and you earned it. You earned it. They earned it. 120 million lenses later.
Yeah, that Viltrox 16 millimeters is interesting. It's probably not 100% quality, but looks very useful.
I'm actually on the waiting list. I haven't decided if I'm going to buy it or not. That 10 millimeter Laowa lens, 10 millimeter rectangular lens. It's not a fisheye.
Anamorphic. I think it was anamorphic, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't remember. I got it.
I thought it was anamorphic.
I have it. Let me look up here quick. See.
I hate to tell you this: rectilinear and fisheye are the two opposites.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if it shows up in my cart or whatever. Well, it's not in my cart. It's in my notifications, with B&H, that when it comes in, I'll get notified.
Yeah, it's a Venus Optics Laowa.
Venus Optics Laowa.
Yeah,
got Luis.
$800. Autofocus. Yeah.
Yeah, autofocus lens. Yeah. I mean, it's getting good reviews. I think our buddy there.
It's a 2.8 too.
Yeah, our buddy there with the Frono Photos did a review on it, and I think Matt Irwin might have done a review on it, and
He's in bed with Viltrox, though.
They were very happy with it.
Matt Irwin is in bed with Viltrox, so you've got to bear that in mind.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this isn't a Viltrox lens, though.
Mm.
Yeah. So the autofocus is 5 blade, and I think the manual focus one is a 14 blade.
Yeah.
No, but it's manual focus.
Yeah, I forget what the price was, like $800, I think.
Yeah, it's $800.
I think it's better to have a lens, no matter what quality, than have none at all.
Yeah. But,
And now we have Luis.
that's what it was. It's Mookie. Yeah, I couldn't remember who it was. It was a Smith Barney commercial. They make money the old-fashioned way. They earn it. I think the guy that used to do that commercial, I know, has long since passed. But I can't remember who.
Yeah.
His name.
What was that movie?
Uh,
And then they did a TV show with the guy.
Mookie might remember who the guy was. I can't remember his name, but yeah, he did good commercials. So, Luis, what are you up to? What have you been shooting? Did you shoot anything good this week that you like?
He go froze.
He froze, yeah. And another thing that is kind of neat, Nikon has a self-service repair section on their website now. You could go in and download repair manuals for digital cameras and other imaging products, but it's not available on all products. Basically, you know, if you type in a model and it doesn't show up, then they don't have a manual for it that they're selling. You know, I noticed that Houseman was the name.
John Houseman. Yeah.
Yeah. Certain commercials you kind of remember, you know. He was pretty old when he did those commercials too.
Yeah, he replaced Leo McKern, who was the original guy that did that. Yeah. But John Houseman did 20 commercials for that investment from 1970 to the mid 1980s. Wow.
Yeah. The show, he was on a show called The Paper Chase.
Yep.
Yeah, Greg's saying he wishes that Sigma 14 millimeter f1.4 was available for the Z mount. Well, probably will be at some point because, you know, Sigma's saying they're going to do lenses for Nikon.
I'd like to see a really wide Nikon lens, like 10 millimeters or something.
Yeah.
In a full frame.
What f-stop you would like, Roy?
I'd like to see a 10 millimeter full frame lens in Nikon.
What, f2.8 or something more
Faster the better.
Yeah.
Just because they're so good at making ultra wides that I'm sure they're capable of it.
Well, you notice that when you get that type of 10 millimeter, 9 millimeter, then they have problems with the sides. But if you have like a 2.8,
I don't care about size.
It should correct it.
Like, I guess we'll ask this question to everybody on the panel. We'll start with Roy and work our way up. So, what photography do you practice, or is it
I
everything?
practice wildlife now, but I'm no good at it. I used to do product, but that was easier. His turn.
Okay, Randall, you're next.
Well, besides car vlogging and doing around the neighborhood, taking shots or shootings, that's about it. I don't do any weddings. I don't do any portraits or anything like that. It's just basically street photography, sceneries, and car vlogging.
Randall, you are the king of car blogging. I mean, you are the king.
I go everywhere.
It's a wonder he's got time to be on the show. He's always in that car.
I'll probably go after tonight, after you're done.
You put some good mileage on that car and that camera, my man.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah.
Oh, we get Luis back here. We lost him for a minute.
Wow.
Oh, gee, I clicked the thing to turn you on, Luis, and you're not showing up on the screen.
That's what happened when you are blogging from when you're trying to connect from a hotel.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I see him. I see him on the left-hand side of my screen where I see everybody, and then I click the slider to bring him into the screen here, and he's not there.
It might be a disconnect also on this side.
So for me, Flintlock, I do macro. I do insects, lizards, flowers. I do wildlife, predominantly birds, although I'll shoot anything, whether it be deer or, if I lived where Gustavo was and I could get,
Buffalo.
different kinds of
Wolves.
larger animals, I would be thrilled to do that. I've done weddings, not a lot, but enough to know that I don't want to do weddings. And and then probably the only thing that I really don't do is I do street photography. I'll do street photography at night. I don't do astrophotography.
Right.
I don't do that. So I do most of the genres, but not all of them. So as they say, I'm a master of none.
We don't make money from wildlife anyway.
No. I mean, I don't really do portraits. I mean, I'll do portraits in terms of, kind of like street photography portraits, but I don't do portrait sessions, and I don't have lighting setups where I'm going to do people portraits in the house or people portraits outside per se. I mean, I could do it if I wanted to, but I don't. That's just not my. I do
more headshots and portraits. It's
not
easier.
something I'm overly interested in doing. I mean, I had a great time with that lady who was nice enough to model for me at the Brook Green Gardens there when I was checking out an old like Nikon lens, the old 135 millimeter defocus lens. And she said, "Oh, I'll model for you." And we had a great time, and she was phenomenal. I mean, I got great pictures of her, but that I had fun with. I mean, I think if I was going to do people portraits, it would be that kind of environment where instead of being staged at a certain place, you go to the person and you say, "What do you like to do?" Let's just say, "Oh, they love to surf or something." Okay, then I'm going to get pictures of you surfing. Or they love waterfalls. Okay, we're going to get pictures of you near waterfalls, because people don't typically do that. They go take portraits of people. It's like, come to the studio. I got this nice area in a park that has nice flowers or a place to take pictures from. But I think it would be really a good selling point if you really customized your portrait photography of people, where you're taking them doing what they like to do the most, whatever that may be.
Better you can take them in their natural environment.
Yeah.
Because headshots don't matter.
It might be in your area, Jeff, with the connection. This is like the fourth or fifth time. Yeah.
He sent me a couple pictures. He said, "Oh shoot, hit the wrong button."
Yeah.
Hit the wrong button. He sent me a few pictures. It's called it Las Vegas Wildlife. So let me.
Oh, that can be dangerous.
Well, yeah, it could be people.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you
all type of people?
I don't know that I want Las Vegas wildlife. Not that kind of wildlife.
So the question for Luis is: he's dressing like an Elvis when he's photographing in Las Vegas?
So I'm going to show you his images here. It looks like I might have some from some other people too. So I'm going to give me a minute to make room on my desktop here. Open that one. Go to share the screen. Okay, so here's one shot here.
Oh, wow, that's nice.
Oh, that is nice.
Verdine, I presume.
Did he say what he took it with?
No, I'm going to get rid of this message so I don't block the
background. Just the right amount of blur.
Yep.
Wow.
And then he sent in another one.
That was nice.
And let me find the other one. Find the other image here.
Ah, el corre caminos, the right runner. That's nice.
That's the Roadrunner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Beep 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 beep.
that's the real one.
I want the coyote in the picture with it though.
You see, Jeff, with this the C8 and the 600 PF.
Good combination of lens and camera.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, one thing I didn't mention was the 600 PF balances really, really nice on the Z9. I'm sure it balances really nice on the Z8 as well. I mean, it's a very feels very, very comfortable on the bodies. On those
I'm just
bodies.
surprised you can do video with it handheld.
I did video with it. I did 4K 120 with a 2.3 times crop in DX mode handheld, and it came out. And I slowed it down a little bit when I processed it. But it came out really, really, really well because the lens doesn't weigh anything, and you could actually get away with the 2.3 crop in DX mode on video and have it come out good. I can't do that with the 800. It's too heavy, too big, too heavy and too big.
You should try the old one.
Look good, Luis. The question is, at that time, the solution is go vertical on that one.
Yeah, I thought it looked better.
On the Roadrunner, yeah.
Yeah, because it gets too close, correct?
And then I think let's see if I got one. If I got one that somebody else sent in. I got one from Arthur. Okay, I got one from Arthur. Let me download that in my.
Are these the pictures that you're going to show this weekend?
No, these are just some that folks are sending in to share tonight. So, yeah, I won't ruin it for. Okay, this one's from Arthur. Give me a second. Give me a second. A lot of clicking and moving around here with the mouse. I get dizzy after a while.
Oh, that's a nice one. Oh, wow.
Yeah, there you go.
Fish in the claw and
One of my favorite birds that I don't see anymore because of the park.
Arthur, is that film or it looks like film?
I don't think it is.
No, I'm pretty sure it's digital, but we'll see
Yeah.
in the comments here.
He did a treatment that looks like film to me.
But yeah, it's a nice shot. Nice shot. I like ospreys. I miss them. I don't see them often anymore. Plus, me and my friend Bob, we used to. My friend Bob and I used to rent a boat and go out and get them when they're nesting. We haven't done that this year. I don't know if we're going to or not, but.
Oh, 600 PF. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's Lewis. Yeah.
I think what else I got in my inbox I'm not going to show because it's for the photo review and I don't want to ruin it and show them early.
Exactly, that's what we need to.
So, but these were just some random shots that people threw in to share tonight. So that's fine. I got no problem with that. I'll share a handful of images every week if people send in a couple images and they want me to show them at night. I'll show them that night. Just make sure you let me know you want me to show them. Otherwise, I'll assume it's for the photo review. But yeah, it's just a shame. What's happened where I live with the ospreys. It really is too bad. Okay, here's the when you asked about doing a vertical, he says it was walking over a cement path.
Yeah.
Went for portraits so you don't see the non-natural background. Understood, sir.
Makes sense.
You know, you don't want to make it look like they're in the concrete jungle.
Of Las Vegas.
Yeah, Las Vegas. Yeah, yeah. That's it's weird to see one in Las. I don't know. I mean, I guess they're there in Las Vegas, but
Well, it's I think in the outskirts of Vegas. But Luis is heading to Madera Canyon, which is a very very famous location for hummingbirds, but also some birds that only live in that part of the United States. So because you get a lot of the neotropical birds that get into the Chiricahua Mountains towards the United States.
you got less people on, so I'll make everybody bigger. Make the cat bigger, more fearsome.
Yeah. Yeah. You see, he sleeps with his head up. That's
Yeah.
the thing that gets me.
When you said he, the ears moved.
Uh, yeah. If I said FOOD, or if I say his name, he'll wake up
Yeah.
and then he'll start meowing. So
Yeah. Right now he's comfortable.
yeah.
Yeah, my dog's laying on the blanket underneath my desk, and if I look at her, I always have at least one eye looking at me. I get the stink eye. I get one eye. Gustavo, did you want to share your pitch tonight?
Well, we can do that now. We can do it later. Let's do it now so that we can have a little bit of a discussion, and I can show you something here that I was also um, trying to do. So let me see let me show you that one first, because if I can find it. If not, this one is something that I have been doing this week. But let me get rid of this because I'm showing directly as I'm working on the edit.
Oh, Roy's back. There he is on the
I'm back.
bottom.
Okay.
Oh, you did it again. No, see, I screwed up.
The other way. There you go.
Other way. There he is.
So I have been working on this one. Yeah. Okay. Let me see, and I can share.
Okay, we're gonna let Gustavo take over the screen here in the commentary, so I can take a break here.
Yeah.
So let me go full screen, and everybody can get a better view of this. And this Gustavo sent me this shot earlier in the week, so he always sends me these sex shots, these birds.
Exactly.
You know, it's like he's trying to embarrass me. He goes, Jeff, I got some sexy shots for you, and it's two birds. Like, I don't know.
Disappointed, are you?
Exactly.
No, it's much safer if it's birds. Believe me, my wife walks by my computer once in a while.
So these guys, correct? Yes, it's my wife always complained. How do they come and do that in front of you? Well, it happened, but I tried to look at the composition and the artistry behind it. Correct. So I actually tell you the thing that I was doing. That's what I was asking you, that you guys do video. I took like a video photo for a day, correct, and get all the different permutations, work the angles, etc., correct. But then I was trying to get some videos as well, correct. So I'm in because I want to try to make a presentation so that we can see the different phases of this, correct? Because this is very close to where I have the next boxes, correct? That's the trick here. That's the trick behind, correct? You have your next boxes, and then you give them places where they can do their thing, and you will be nearby.
So basically, he's baiting these poor birds to entertain him.
Exactly.
So how long did you wait until you got that picture?
I don't know. It's, like anything, Randall, on this, there's a lot of patience and anticipation. Is correct. So uh, typically, I know that's what's going on. So I go there, sit down in the ground or in one of the chairs with my coffee and be ready. And actually, so that's a good thing nowadays with app to capture, correct? Because I can have some other subject. I was telling Jeff, I have some of the other woodpeckers. I have it on how to capture, and then I have this camera here ready for this action at this place, correct? But so I got some good photos of that, but I'm trying to make it combination with a video because
Okay.
if you think that this is impressive, if you see it, and it had to be played, Jeff, like you said, in low motion. So you're going to get this bird porn. You want to go both in photos, which is very artistic, very nice, and then also you can see the natural history of this bird in video. Correct? This lends very well for video, but you have to play it slow motion, correct? Because
Yeah.
And I was trying to capture also because the sound, and that's what I was asking about the microphone settings, correct? So anyway, so that's one of the things that I have been doing this week, okay? So these guys, but no, it's interesting, right? And
The problem I have with sound because where I go is I mean, I live in a tourist area, you know.
yes,
So where I go, there's too many people talking,
that's a,
too many cars driving by. So I delete the audio. I break up I separate the audio from the video. I delete the audio and I do a voiceover, you know, and I talk because my audio would always be horrible because it's like, you know, in your case, you know, you've got you've got a decent sized yard. You're kind of out in the wilderness a little bit. You know, you're not going to have all that racket going on, and you can get the actual sounds of nature in your video. And I wish I could do that, but I can't. It's just it's just too populated, too much of a tourist spot, and so I just delete the audio.
yeah,
It's just not worth it.
my problem here is that in the area where I live, and I chose some detail, Randall, because I live in the southern part of Denver in Parker, which you are familiar with. I'm in the path of the Denver airport, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
So for me, every time that I want to take some videos with audio, there will be a plane coming.
I sent just so we know here, I sent Tim Hunter asked for a link for the show, so I sent him a link so he could pop on, and he sent me a few pictures to share, but I'll wait and see if he comes on, and then in a little bit we'll show the images that he sent me to share for tonight.
When I was living in Denver, Stapleton Airport, they had the big tunnel. Is that still over I-70, or did they get rid of that?
No, I think they're still.
It's
I
still
think,
there?
yeah, still there.
Okay, because they got the new airport, and I know they did some
Yeah,
things downtown where they closed the main roads and made a park out of it or
yeah,
walk area.
yeah.
So,
Yeah, we got the. So you can see here that. So you see this is still in
close that.
Photoshop, correct? So I'm still working the photo, but you can see the level of detail that you can get. Right? Now the trick of this one, Jeff, as you can imagine, is this had to be uh, underexposed by quite a bit.
Yeah, because that white
Oh,
belly would be blown out.
exactly. So you can take a little bit of blown out here, just a little bit, but you
Yeah,
still try to preserve some detail on the feathers. Okay.
yeah, and then knock your highlights down when in post, and then you bring it back. The detail comes back.
Exactly. But again, like we all like the recurring theme in our conversation here. But I mean, what more detail we want in the feathers? I mean, you can see every barb on the feather, correct?
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
So anyway, and don't show in any of these. They don't show any bad part, correct?
I was just going to say, I'm glad you didn't like get a little closer.
Exactly. But it's a acrobatic endeavor. Could you imagine these guys coming in, flying in? And that's the other thing, Randall. You need to anticipate what's going to happen. Correct? The bird, the female will come out of the next box, jump into one of those prominent areas, correct? And these guys will start fluttering around. Actually, today I was trying to get him in flight as he was coming to mate. Right? So anyway, so I that's what I wanted to have some advice on the video side, because I want to make a little bit more of a complete presentation, correct, with the different poses, not only of the mating, but also when they are coming in and out of the next box and all that kind of stuff.
Well,
correct?
you can have it in video mode, and then
I
picture.
already, that's what I said. I already this morning took the video because I know that this is only going to happen for a couple of days more. Correct?
Yeah,
She probably is already laying some eggs. Correct? She's just making sure they are properly fertilized. Correct? So this is going to last only for a couple of days, and so I needed to capture the clips, like for this portion of the natural history, correct?
So I drive around and I can take pictures while I'm video recording.
Okay.
And your camera should do that.
No,
And also, you can slow down your video and take individual frames like that.
Yeah, but it's never the good quality.
Well, say hi to Tim. I brought Tim in a little while ago, just so he is here, folks. So, Tim, good to see you. I'm gonna bring your pictures up in a little bit here.
Yeah. So we can stop this one, and then later on we do the presentation.
No worries. My audio and all that's working fine, I take it.
Let me give me a second I gotta open up all your images first, and then I can. And then once I have them open, I got another photo that Luis sent in that's following the same theme that Gustavo just did. And they're all into this sexual foreplay.
Spring after all.
All these porn shots that are coming in here. So I will bring up Tim's shots here that he sent me in an email, and I'll let Tim talk to him. And let's make sure I got them all.
I'm surprised I haven't been as flagged as spam with Jeffrey's email, with the amount of emails I've sent him with the photo reviews and all that today. Spam
So
folder.
Here we go. Let me make that bigger.
So I spent 3 weeks in Japan over the last month. So these are all in Shinjuku, and particularly for this shot, the ibis came in very, very handy.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't have the skill set to do this otherwise without the new tech. So I guess it's not a case of new gear making a better photographer, but a new tech with better skills make a better opportunity to get the shot.
Exactly.
So what shutter speed? I mean, obviously you're panning. What shutter speed do you think you were at?
I think it was around a 30th. I'll double check.
Okay.
Oh wow.
It's slower than that.
I'm just putting it up. But yeah, I went on a photo tour just because time was limited, so I just wanted to get some good spots while I was there. So I did it with the iExplore guys, and I actually got an expat Aussie that did the tour with me, and he you'll know this. Roy lived in Kilmore back in the day, but
Yeah, down their end.
yeah, so right part of the world. But yeah, it was a great night, and he showed me stuff that I probably wouldn't have captured otherwise because I would have just been in too busy of a hurry. So this is all from that. Here we go.
So Tim, tell us, so what is the pattern in the street?
Sorry?
It almost looks like the pattern makes it look like it's stairs, but obviously it's not stairs.
No, that's just a
Oh,
zebra.
That's the light, isn't it? Off of the buildings or the signs? Yeah.
Yeah. So
Like,
it's a neon city. Like
Yeah.
So this is the red light district. So this was probably about a 5-10 minute walk from where my hotel was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just a high volume street. It's a 4-lane road with a median strip, so it's quite, you get a good location so you can actually zoom far enough away to get these types of shots. And with all the neon lights, it just glows. The light in Japan just hits differently. It really does.
Wow. Well, what surprised me of this photo, Tim, is that the motorcycle, which is your subject, correct?
Yep.
Is perfectly, still, but still the red car, it shows some movement. So they probably going at a very different speed. So you're panning with the motorcycle and not with the car.
Yeah, it was 100%. I was going for the motorcycle, and got it. And yeah, it was between 1/15th and 1/30th of a second. The shutter speed was on that one, and that was with it's on a Z8, so that helps, and the 24-70.
Sorry, guys. My whole screen got screwed up here, and I lost my my Chrome went away on me. I had to delete stuff and move stuff around to find to get back where I wanted to be. So I apologize for getting rid of the shot here, but he's got a few more. But
see when I
technical difficulties here.
So what I've noticed when I'm doing video, it's blurry on the side, but it's sharp in the center. When I'm panning. So,
but that Jeff, go back to the photo for a second, because he's panning, correct?
Yep.
He's panning with a motorcycle. Obviously, the car is a little bit blurred, so I presume the car is going slower than the motorcycle. So you're trying to match the speed. But the interesting thing, I didn't notice on the backlights, correct, of the neon buildings, I don't see any rolling shutter effects on that one.
Yeah. Well,
if you kept walking, you actually get to the Godzilla building in Shinjuku. So
maybe a little bit. But you see these vertical lines?
Yeah. That's reflection from the lights. Yeah.
They still look very vertical. Maybe there is a little bit.
You can't really tell.
You can't really tell, correct?
No.
I mean, if you will have rolling shutter, it will show in this photo, correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, he was probably doing the shutter. You had your shutter on, right? Not the electronic.
No, it wasn't electronic.
Oh, wow.
In the CA, we only have electronic.
Oh, that's right.
Sorry, yeah, it was. Sorry.
But it's a stacked sensor. So
exactly.
Yeah.
But you see, if this will have a slow electronic shutter, or correct, which is the only one in the C and the C9, these vertical lines of these, I presume these are signs of buildings, will be tilted, and maybe there are a little bit, but nothing that damage the image.
No.
Yeah, well, the settings on that was ISO 560, shot at 53mm, f8 at 1/15th of a second.
1/15th.
And then, I mean, I comment on this one, but this rolling shutter problem, I don't know.
Yeah.
Where the Z8 really came into for me this trip, obviously, like, I got some nice photos, but it was more from the video aspect, because I was traveling with a 2.5-year-old, and just being able to capture those moments on video with just a flick of the switch, that was actually the biggest surprise for me, is how important that side of things was.
Beautiful colors.
So I've amped up the purple a little bit, but the color was there.
All right. I don't blame you. I like to crank up saturation and make something a little bit pop a little bit more.
And the good thing about Japan is they don't need much of an excuse to get the umbrellas out. So as soon as there's a drop of rain, out come the umbrellas, and they're all these clear, translucent umbrellas, which are just make a good atmosphere.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. I like that light. I like that color amped up like you did. That's
How beautiful.
nothing wrong with a little extra pop.
Yeah, just to accentuate to where I wanted the eye to go.
And what kind of store is that one? Is it's also the red light district or the purple light district?
Purple light district.
Yeah, it was the red light district. Yeah, we stay at the same hotel all the time in the red light district, just for its ease of access to the station. But yeah, this is just an example of the umbrellas coming out and just a couple walking by on a random street, which I'm sure Jeff already noticed the common theming in the other emails that I've shot him earlier tonight.
So does it? I mean, I'm not having ever been there. I mean, do they get a lot of rain there?
Yeah, I mean, no more than any other country. I mean, so the best time, if you're planning a trip, go in the summer or the autumn or fall. Won't get in the semantics of the debate of that.
Yeah.
Because come summer, it's way too hot. Like it's probably native for you, Jeff. Like think of tropical Florida heat.
Yeah. We had like 93 today or 94, I think.
So what you're saying, Tim, is hot and humid, which
hot
is
and humid and cold and snowy in the winter. So if you go in the spring, it's just perfect, and if you go in the autumn, that's fine as well.
Yeah.
Too hot and too cold either side.
Yeah.
We went in the summer it was the tail end of the summer, and we vowed never again.
So Tim, what angle you shoot this? Not at your eye level, correct? You shoot it from a little bit below.
Yeah, I was down low, probably showing a little bit of plumber's crack as I was doing it. Okay. So I apologize to the Japanese public in retrospect. But yeah, so down on one knee, trying to get the street as that foreground, then the main subject of the couple, and then in the background the cityscapes and lanterns and lights and buildings from there.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I like street scenes at night. It's a whole different. Well, I mean, you don't often, like when Matt Irwin does his stuff. I mean, it's 90% of it's night shots. I mean, you get the color from the signage and the storefronts, and that color spills onto the sidewalks. And then if it's got a little bit of rain, the color looks even better on the sidewalks. And yeah, it's a whole new world when you're doing it at night.
You find some nooks and crannies of Melbourne that I haven't seen before.
Yeah.
So Tim, but Japan has also I understand, you tell me or not, but that doing this type of street photography, that Japan tend to be safe, correct? You can go out with a camera.
Yeah. So what I had in my bag, and this is the red light district, and it's not a flex, but I felt completely safe. I had the 3 2.8 Trinities, the Z8, and the 85 1.2, and was not a worry in the world. And in retrospect, like it's probably one of the few countries I'd carry that type of stuff with me. Where if I was to go to Europe or the States, I'd probably be taking my Z6 II and the 2 F4s, just because the risk.
Not to draw too much attention.
Pretty much. Make it look as crummy as possible.
Beautiful.
Nice images, Tim.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it was a great 3 weeks. Can't wait to get back. I mean, it's one of the few countries that we can go to, Roy, and there's not much of a jet lag. It's just an hour behind, so
Yeah,
it's just
up a little bit.
still a long flight, but
Not too
not
long.
having to customize.
Singapore's nice too.
Yeah, that was last year. That's where we tested out how the kid was going to travel, and he survived it, so we could push it to a little bit more of a expansive trip in Japan, which was a bit more go-go than Singapore. And the yen's in the toilet at the moment too, so if you want a cheap time to go, now's the time.
Wished I could.
Well, I bought it at 95 cents Australian to 1 yen, to 100 yen. So pretty much dollar for dollar. I was thinking, there's no way that, like, if it's going to go anyway, any direction, it's going to go down, not up. And then, of course, when we get there, it gets to parity. But one thing I did notice is the most common camera I probably saw was the DJI Pocket. They were just everywhere. And you know how we get our camera straps in our bags and never use them?
They use them.
Every Tom, Dick, and Harry had. It was a D70, D7000, D850. Even the Canon straps, like they were all OEM straps that they were being used. I was in the minority, not having my strap on. So people use them, and a lot of DSLRs. I'd probably notice more DSLRs than mirrorless cameras, to be honest.
Were they Pentax?
Sorry?
Were they Pentax cameras?
No, Pentax were out there, but a lot of like Nikon, Canon, DS, like old school, they're still being used. And there's no like the cameras are still functional. Like there's no.
We sometimes we sometimes are trying to be talked into that they're not good anymore. I don't know. It's
So
we
Tim,
know that's not true.
I know you had traveled to Japan before, and obviously you said that this time you did this adventure with your baby, correct? But
yes,
have you tried the countryside and go to some of those places where the snow macaques and all that kind of stuff? Have you been in those places too or not?
So the snow monkeys.
The snow monkeys, yes.
Yeah. So they're near Nagano.
North, correct?
Yep. So they do get a lot of snow up there because that's near the Russian border. But the monkeys you're thinking of are more near Nagano, where they had the Olympics in the 90s.
Okay.
But long story short, yes. So we went to a small town called Matsumoto, where they've got the black Japanese castle, which you see a lot of. Last time around, we went to a city called Takayama, which is in the Alps, but that was in the spring/summertime, so no snow, but cute little town there where we got to see the countryside there, and Kanazawa as well. But we've done the major cities, so we've done Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka, Hiroshima, fed the deer in Nara, where they bow to you to eat the crackers, but they can get quite aggressive. But so that was fun, but I think it's each part of it is so uniquely different. It's like you think that you see it on a map and you think that it's a small country, but it's actually quite large. It runs, well, from comparison, it probably runs the majority of the eastern seaboard of Australia, which would probably match the States.
Exactly.
So it's quite large, quite diverse, and each city is different, kind of like the States, where New York is different from Miami, which is different to LA and New Orleans. Like it's not the same bucket.
You need to give us a kind of like Luis did with Costa Rica. You need to give us a kind of a presentation on Japan. And when you are in Japan, you travel by train mostly, or you go by
train? You're sitting on a train Shinkansen doing 300 kilometers an hour, 200 mile an hour. Like you just get on and away you go. Like you don't run for a train because you know that if you miss one, there's another one 5 minutes away. Like the system just walks. Like over there, you don't see people eating and drinking and walking. They go to their spot, they eat, take their rubbish with them because you won't find a rubbish bin for your life in Japan. They just don't exist.
Okay.
They take it with them and put them in their own bins. No walking and smoking. You'll rarely see that, and if it is, it's probably a tourist. This time around, I noticed a lot more homelessness, but they're more, I guess, foreigners coming into the country because they are struggling from there's a labor shortage over there, and so there's a bit more homelessness than what I've noticed this time around.
Okay.
A bit more rubbish than what has been previously on the streets, but they are having an influx of tourists at the moment. So unfortunately, they probably don't come with the same standards as what the locals have.
They're certainly not going to be used to not seeing garbage cans, and they're definitely, if they're from America, they're going to be way too lazy to bring their own bag to put their garbage in. They'll just drop it on the ground. Is what they're going to do.
Yeah,
So-
there was a lot of people from the States I noticed this time. Didn't exactly feel sorry for them when they were complaining about an 11-hour flight. And I'm like, well, it takes me the better part of 6 hours to get out of my own country. I'm not going to, because if we want to go anywhere, it's a minimum 14 hours usually, isn't it, Roy?
Yeah. And the postage is terrible too.
Yeah.
So Tim, and when you get to a location, let's say you go to Kyoto or another city, correct? How do you move around? Do you rent a car, or do you go by taxi to the different locations?
Public
Trains.
transport. Buses, trains,
Okay.
did it all. Gets us everywhere we needed to go. There was one place that we were going to catch a taxi to, but the cost to get there versus the time spent and opportunity, it wasn't worth it. But that was in a remote town as well. So it was a remote temple that we're going to go to, but turns out it looked better on the photo than how much you could do. But yeah, you can rely on public transport. They still do have what's called a JR pass, where it will get you on all the bullet trains, some of the metro trains around the cities and all that. It used to be really affordable, but they bumped up the price because the trains are just getting too busy. So now you just pay for the trip yourself. But most of the bullet trains I was paying $50, $60 a trip. So cheaper than a plane ticket. And you don't have to worry about
doing peak hour.
peak hour.
Yeah.
Best of luck to you, Roy.
Not in peak hour.
Yeah, don't avoid peak hour is what I'd suggest. So rush hour was so our first major commute was from Tokyo to Nagoya, and we were catching a 9:30 a.m. bullet train, which meant that we were catching an 8 o'clock metro train from Shinjuku to Tokyo Station, and it's intimate is probably the best way to describe it. You're up against people, but again, like you got to remember that you're in the most densely populated city in the world. Like Tokyo has a population of 45 million people.
Wow. Is that more than Mexico City?
Put it this way, it's nearly twice the population of Australia
Yeah.
in one city. So, but they've got the infrastructure that works. So you're on the trains, they function. Yes, there are times when you get squished into a train, but it's part of the adventure. Like some of the best memories are the ones where you get lost in the city because they'll pick it. You'll be looking googly-eyed at a train timetable, trying to work out what platform to go to, and a random person will just come up and say, "Hey, can I help?" And they'll walk you to the platform and make sure you get on the train that you're supposed to. One time I had them take us to the train station that we wanted to be, this old fella, but you compare it back home, if we saw someone lost on the train station, we'd be like, "Good luck, buddy. See you later."
Yeah, yeah.
They're a different culture. They're just so helpful and lovely. And again, you can walk around safe knowing that you're right. The only thing I wouldn't get involved is if you're a train chaser, don't wreck a train shooter's photo. They get very angry.
Oh, wow.
If you want some insight, watch those documentaries on Japan train shooters. They're full on, like they chop down trees and all to get a nice shot.
So, Bob, there you have it.
There you go. So, yes, we will task you with a if your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to do a little presentation on Japan.
No, I'll talk your heads off over the country. I love it. It's my happy place.
Okay.
Like,
So, how many times have you been in Japan, Tim?
3 times now. So, it's good to go to a place where you feel safe.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
it's accessible and clean, and you've got that element where you can get lost and it adds to the adventure and you still feel safe.
Yeah, you're not freaking
The
out.
fact that you can go with your baby, that's a good that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, when I compare it, when I say went to Philly back in 2011, and I had a person say under the influence wanting to take a photo of my camera on the Rocky Steps, and it was like, I'm probably not going to get it back if I give it to you, so I'll forgo the photo opportunity.
Yeah. I'm gonna throw up quick here we got another image from Arthur, who I hope is still here. This shot he got in Louisiana, and as he says, if you think it's easy to get this type of shot in Louisiana, not very common.
Whoa.
Not very common. And for those of us who shoot wildlife, we appreciate shots like this because we know that it's interesting. I'm not going to mention a name. There's someone that I know that we get to a certain location and we see certain people. We know we have fellow photographers that we're cordial to and talk to and whatnot, and then but it's amazing how many people that like to take images of wildlife, that there are probably 30% of them that have zero patience, which is one of the biggest things that you need to have as a wildlife photographer. And you got to be willing to sometimes sit in one spot for hours to be able to have an opportunity.
Exactly.
Or you get familiar with an area. Like there's certain places I'm very familiar with, and I know, okay, I got to stand here I might have to stand here for 30 minutes for what I know is in the woods is acclimated to me being there and not scared of me being there, and eventually will show up so I can get their picture. But there are those that I smile that like to take wildlife pictures or bird pictures, but if they don't see it within the first 5 minutes, they go, "Oh, it's a bad day. I'm going home." Yeah. It's quite comical, actually. So very nice shot, Arthur. Thanks for sending this in. And then I got one that Luis sent in. I don't know if he's still in he isn't in the. He's still here.
Sure.
So
his friend said, "Wow, you must have a really nice camera." The one comment that it frustrates every photographer.
Oh my God. My mother-in-law used to tell me, "Oh, your camera takes great pictures." The smoke, the buildup of the pressure, the smoke was coming out of the ears. It was like, yeah, my camera takes great pictures. You see the little mechanical arm come out and push the shutter button? I don't think so. It's like,
go gadget arms.
You're just like, okay, yeah, fine. Thank you so much. So this is the one from Luis, and this is another what can I say? This is porn night on Photo Talk with Jeff Neville tonight. We have birds going at it. We got dragonflies going at it, and I hope I don't get anything else that shows up in my email that's of similar nature. But yeah, insects are really they do it everywhere, man.
It's called spring, Jeff.
in midair, yeah, and then they come crashing to the ground. Boom.
Pretty sure that's not in the Kama Sutra book.
But yeah, Luis, that's a nice grab shot. I'm sure that's that's funny.
So this is another being edited, Jeff, from the same series. See, after it's done, flies away.
Yeah, it's like it's like, okay, did my job. See you later. Bye. Nice knowing you.
Exactly. The good thing is these guys take care of the. They stay in the nest, and actually, when the chicks come out, they become very aggressive. Sometimes I'm sitting there and they're dive bombing. Let's see. Last year it was like that. This year, maybe they got habituated to me a little bit more. But so you can see, I was trying to keep a focus on this guy, right?
Yeah.
The flight of shame.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. He's like saying, "Oh, I'm sorry. Was that your wife?"
One of the interesting things about these guys is that when you don't provide boxes, they have to compete with to get the nest cavities, correct, made by woodpeckers, correct. So they are very aggressive with other birds.
I'll be back.
So you caught me here. You see, I have been in the editing phase of all this, selecting which images. They're,
I mean, they're great shots.
yeah. So that's what we were saying, correct? The kind of things that we can do with the camera, correct?
Oh, the tech is just unbelievable these days. If you can't get a shot these days, you're struggling, even on the phone.
Exactly.
Some of the experience I did, I just hooked up an external microphone and attached it to a tripod and walked around with the phone, just recording that, just for my video, just because it was easier. It was more practical.
But you see that the actor was talking here about the waiting time, correct, and the preparation, correct. This is all about preparation as well, correct, because you see these plants that are typical here, Colorado, called mullens. Actually, I'm waiting for this plant to. This is the plant for last year. Now they will come, and these will have yellow flowers, correct? But they stand tall, and so if one of these plants is close to where the boxes are, and I can put the boxes where I want it, correct? I had to plan for this, putting the box where I want it, like in March before the birds show up here in April, right? So there is a lot of kind of knowing the natural history of the bird, and then you can prepare for this action photo.
I've got a lot of respect for birders, because the amount of patience and time and dedication and rubbish conditions you guys have to go out in, it's far beyond my motivation. So all power to you guys. And the shots you get are just amazing.
Yeah, it's just I mean, certain I mean, I respect all genres of photographer, and each one has its own unique set of problems or challenges that you have to deal with. But when you're someone that does anything outdoors, uh, it's a whole different element, you know, with the dealing with weather conditions and whatnot. And then if you're uh, you know, if you're doing wildlife or um, well, even if you're doing nature photography, you know, you don't know what you're going to get. You know, you're trying to get there for that. You know, you're trying to get there a half hour, an hour before sunrise. You're trying to, in your mind, you know, visualize the shot. Where do you want to place? Where do you want to stand? Where do you want to set up? Hoping that you're in the right spot. And it's just a lot of planning and a lot of patience, and then you got to be quick on your feet to be able to adapt to what changes, what can change instantaneously for you, you know, and say, well, if plan A isn't going to work out today, then you have a plan B and you have a plan C. You know, I mean, it's and I respect people that do studio portrait photography. I'm not a lighting expert by any means, and I think that's um, challenging to learn that. But in reality, once you've got it down and you've done it long enough, then you know you have your setup there, and people come in, and you don't have to do a lot of tweaking normally, and you can get a lot of great shots, and you're in a controlled environment. You have complete control. But when you're doing outdoor stuff, you have no control.
Much easier than birding.
You know, uh, I got a. Let's see if I have. I see if I have any other shots in here that people sent in tonight. This is kind of neat to get a few images, and
That motivates people to submit for next week.
yeah, I'm gonna share one for Roy here because I always like to. I know Roy likes certain things, and this I'm going to share again on the.
Which bird flew on his pergola this week?
I'm going to share this in the photo review probably as well, because we're not everybody that we get more people on that night, so not everybody's going to see this shot. So, but I'll show it for Roy just because I know
Thank you.
he likes certain things. So, and
Roy might be a bit twisted.
Oh my God!
What a man!
The baby.
So that gator is probably, I'm guessing, in the. If I had to guess, I'd say probably, 3 years old, somewhere in that area, and his mouth is open as wide as it could possibly get, and you got the drool coming down off the bottom of the jawline, dribbling on the sand, and I don't know why he decided to be such a presentation, but Bob and I we were actually on our way out of that section of the park and turned our head, and we saw this, and we just stopped in our tracks and said, "Okay, put on a show for us, buddy." And so, I've got a series of shots with the mouth in a lot of different positions, not open quite this far because you can't even see the alligator's eyes in this shot. That's how wide it is, but it was neat, and you get lucky. I mean, luck is part of photography, especially with wildlife photography. You happen to be there at the right time at the right moment, and as they say, you don't show up, you don't get the shot, right? So I mean, you gotta, you say there's luck involved, and there is, but then again, if you weren't there, luck had nothing to do with it, right? You had to be there. So. But we had a lot of fun with this gator. And if that's the only shot we got that day, that made it worth the drive. That made it worth your time, just something like that. But,
I think he wants a tourist to eat.
yeah. He's probably saying, opening his mouth up and then figuring out that I'm still too big for him. It won't work out. He's not going to be able to take me down. I'm too big. But so that's my Roy shot for the
Thank
evening.
you.
You got your crock fix there.
Yeah, I gotta give him this crock fix. Yeah.
Oh, saltwater crocodiles are much bigger.
Oh,
Just
your saltwater
a
crocs
little bit.
are so much bigger. Are it's not even close. Not even close.
So Jeff, let's the promo we're talking about, correct? And part of the so these little things, correct? The teleconverters, and in particular the Z teleconverters, because probably Roy and many of us here, we got a box of these damn teleconverters, correct?
I've probably got a dozen or 20 from over the years. I
Exactly,
don't really like them. The
exactly,
red ones are very good, but I still don't like them.
exactly. So the mission today is to convince Roy that he knows that, correct? That these these new ones are really really good, correct?
They are good, but
They
they're a last resort for me.
exactly, no, and that's fine. They have to be, but now I'm less hesitant, Roy, to put them on. You can imagine for a wildlife photographer, these things have been essential too, correct? For the longest time. But every time you put them, you come back, review your photos, and you are disappointed, correct? Not with these anymore. Not with these anymore. These ones actually, and that's what I'm going to give you a little bit of a presentation here, correct? It's really part of that series that we started last week, where we have a lot of discussions about ISO and noise reduction. Well, this will be on the use of converters. So let me look for
Probably better
the
than cropping anyway.
exactly what is better, cropping or using the converter, correct? Because
Teleconverter is probably better than having if you have to crop too much.
yeah, in the past, I tell you, cropping was probably very good, but it was the best option. But nowadays, I'm not so sure. Let me see if I can get it, Jeff. Oh, wait.
The problem is with the restream, the resolution of what we see when we're showing it on these streaming services is
Compressed into an inch of its life.
yeah, it's when you're trying to see the minutia or the slight differences in technique, it sometimes just doesn't show up because you just don't have the resolution on these screen on this format. So it's
And let's see whether you can. Obviously, somebody wants. I can share some of these. So Jeff. Okay. So this is the question for how good are the ZTCs? Okay. In particular, for us, is the impact on image quality, and as we were doing here with Roy, is we want to do a test, but also a discussion. Correct. So the test condition here, correct? These were all actually on the most challenging environment because the 1.4, this baby is quite good. I will have no hesitation to put the 1.4, even before.
All the ones that are built into the lens.
Of course, those are almost perfect, right? The 600 TC is almost like a native lens when you switch it to 800 and 40, okay? But this baby, the 1.4, even with a 600 PF or with 800 PF, it's perfect, right? Now this other one, the times 2 TC and the 1.7 TCs that we used to have, those were challenging. Out of many images you would take with a two times TC, majority of the time you were disappointed. Okay,
and the 1.7 could surprise you once in a while. Wasn't anywhere near as difficult as the old F mount two times was like I never bothered with that. It just wasn't worth it.
is that the same here? The 1.7 actually, when I wanted to get rich, was I would avoid the times 2 and get to the 1.7. Actually, I would love if they do a TC 1.7 in the C mount, okay? Because that would be very useful, right? So all the images that I'm going to show you are viewed and inspected at full size, 100%, and I did at 200%, and crop in Photoshop. Actually, you will see that in order to get the images on the same size, with and without the converter, I went 400% in one of the images, okay? Just to demonstrate what is better, cropping or not cropping, okay? All shot in RAW process with my normal workflow, which is the DxO RAW 4. So, okay, so this is the discussion point after I show you the images, and hopefully they will show. Are we better using a TC or cropping in? Cropping in was the best option before, but I will make the point here that that's not the case anymore. Okay, so the first set of images on this very cooperative gray horn owl was without the the times 2 TC. So this is with the 800. So it's a
Native 800 shot.
it's an 800 shot. So this will be an 800 millimeter. Okay, so you can see here. So this is a full frame. So you can see even with the 800 millimeter, the owl is close. It's within what we call workable distance, but it's not that close. No crop, no nothing. This is the image as it was taken. Correct? So you crop at 100%. I mean, this is the kind of balance that you may want for a nice portrait between the subject and the animal, correct? And then at 200%, this is the image that you get. Now, typically in the old, even with the 850, this will be the route that I would take. I will go with the 600 and then crop in order to get the composition that I wanted. Okay. Now, look, of course, the 800 is a fantastic lens. Okay, it's a fantastic lens. You can see, you will see later on, it still preserves a lot of detail on the feathers around the face. Okay. Now, this is the other part of this test. This is the same 800 with a times 2 converter with this one, right? So now we're talking about 1,600 millimeter. Right? So this is the full size. So you can see here, you can get in to almost what you want to have for a nice portrait, but you're shooting a 1,600 millimeter. And at this size, the image still hold on pretty well. If you were to do this with the OTCs, some may be okay, some may not be okay. But let me blow you away by you looking at this. So this is a 100% crop, okay? And this is a 200% crop. And I don't know whether you can see it on YouTube, but you can see all these feathers, every bar of the feather around the eye, you can see. Mm-hmm. Now, here's the comparison. And I was telling Jeff, I was didn't have the chance to finish. So this is the image, correct? At 200% crop on that 1,600, correct? And I'm going to see if I can show it here. Let me open this a little bit more so you guys can appreciate and we can switch, right? So you can see the level of detail. Now, when I did the same with trying to get to the same image size in terms of the size of the bird with the now here with the let me see if I can bring it to the front. Sorry guys, you see me doing PowerPoint here in the so bring to the front this one here, which is the crop in version, and by that time this is crop 400%, doesn't have as good quality as
lost some sharpness.
The sharpness. So this was not the case in the past. In the case of the past, you take a native lens and you blow it up like this, and it will look a lot better than using the ×2 teleconverter. But that's not the case anymore. So we need to don't be afraid to use these guys because they are not the same F-mount teleconverters, right? Even the ×2 converter. And I don't know, Jeff, if you can appreciate it. You guys tell me, but look at the level of detail in the feather around here, okay? Now, part of this is that when you zoom in with it, or you get closer to the image, right? I noticed when I was preparing the presentation, it's not only the fact that you have a good sharp image, it's just that the autofocus system works better, correct, with these converters, because this image is actually not too bad. You can see here in the background one of the flowering elements of the reproduction organs of the ponderosa pine, correct. Here there is a lot of detail, correct. In this other image there is a detail, but it's much better focus at the eye of the owl, correct? So image quality is also impacted by
Significantly
the
better.
ability of having better focus. So I thought it was interesting to discuss this, correct? Because of the situation. But I think these teleconverters, man. Now, will
They
they
are good,
work
but you're still
with
going to
a zoom
lose.
lens as well? I don't think it will work as well with a zoom lens, but certainly
No,
with a
prime.
prime, the 600 or the 800. Wow, I mean, you cannot do
Yeah.
better.
If you put it on a zoom and you're at the extremes of the zoom range where it gets soft, then all you're doing is magnifying the softness and making it look worse. You know what I'm saying? Whereas with the prime, you got it's the quality is that much better, and you're not degrading the image, but with a zoom it would not be good with a zoom.
I got mine for my 70 to 200, and I've been happy with the results that I've got. I mean, granted, I'm not a hobbyist, not a professional.
Well, 70 to 200 though is a
Very sharp
a
lens.
lot of the I guess I got to correct myself. The zooms, most of the zooms are not S lens quality. You know what I'm saying? You get the cheaper zooms. That's when it's going to show up bad. A 70
And that's about having
is an exceptional
realistic expectation.
zoom.
As long as you're prepared to lose 1 or 2 stops of light as well,
Yeah,
which can be a problem for autofocus sometimes.
And by the way, Roy, these were shot with a converter, fully, a F9, which is not stopping down on nothing, correct? Which is that's the other thing. In the past, you had to stop down to get the best out of the converter. Not with this puppy. Now, just here for full disclosure, but to people to understand. I mean,
At
we're
F9
shooting
a
here.
few years ago, the autofocus would be really struggling.
I mean, at two times from 6.3 is F13, correct? So owls are particularly cooperative because they are very still, correct? If it would have been, but that's not the lens. That's not the image quality that the lens can produce. It's motion blur, correct? That's where, because actually we're talking here about F4. Of course, if you have a fast-moving animal, I don't have an option. I still have to have high speed, correct?
I think it also depends on what type of camera you have as well. Like your croppability on the high megapixel cameras, you're going to have a little bit more leeway. Whereas if you've got that Z6 II, which is still decent megapixel count, but it's about half round figures, the size of the larger one. So your ability to crop in and still maintain that detail might swing it even more in the favor of the teleconverters, where you want to maintain that size of the file to get that detail.
And that goes back to that point, Tim, goes back to the discussion that we have early on. I don't know you were on about cropping, correct?
Hmm.
Typically, Jeff, this image at 800 millimeter, which is a insane focal length, okay? You probably to present it for a photo review or something, you will crop it to 100%. This is because I did this exactly, correct? I actually asked not give me different composition, no anything, just crop it 100%, and this is where you go. So cropping 100% with a 45 megapixel camera, is that's what they are made for, correct?
Yeah, it's about having the right tool and the right execution at the right time to get the right image.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like it's there to be utilized, and it's just weighing up. Do you need to get closer in through the teleconverter, and the need to have as much light? Is that needed? Can you get away with it? Or do you need more light so that way you've got the cleaner image and crop in? Like it's all about give take.
Yeah, and if you're on a, and you know what I tend to do, like let's say you're using the teleconverter and you have a well lit day. You know, you're not taking this shot at 20 minutes after sunrise. You know, it's a couple hours later. You know, the sun's starting to get bright. You might be thinking about leaving shortly. Is what I do lots of times is, yeah, sometimes, you know, you lose a little contrast, you know, when you get that full sun, you know, and it's later in the morning, is you know, I'll in this case, you know, I might take and knock down my greens and make them less luminous. You know what I'm saying? And make the green darker, or go and I like to use the. Let me find it here. I like to use the. Make sure I use the right name for it here. I like to use the dehaze function. The dehaze function can, when you feel like your colors are a little too desaturated, adjusting your dehaze, you know, can pop your image back to life again without making it too dark, you know. But it'll, like, basically, you know, really make a big difference on an image if you're taking it in the brighter light of the day, you know. So there are things that you could do in post to eliminate some of the negative effects of shooting. You know, I don't want to say at 12 noon. 12 noon, I never really do that. But 10 in the morning, you know, you're starting to think, yeah, it's about time to call it a day, especially if you got white birds.
But again, is we as a photographer, you know, you learn something, you stick to it, correct? But as the technology progresses, Tim, as you were saying, correct, you have to drop some of those old paradigms and come back to hey, what we can do, because I mean, ISO, like we discussed last week, correct? These are shot at, you know, 3,200, 4,000 ISO. We could not do that anymore, correct? And because now the combination of these cameras with the with the processing that we have, correct? It's it allows more things, and not only that. That's the other thing. Vibration, correct? You have no idea how much, even with a 850, which is a fantastic camera, right? You have to, on my 604, climb almost in top of the lens to avoid the vibration of, of the mirror, correct? Mirrorless, shutterless, right? It's fantastic.
We're spoiled.
Gustavo's endeavor, but I don't think we're convincing Roy at all.
I'll use a teleconverter as a last resort.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not
some of that, I think, reservation is from the the pains of what we had to use back in the day that was so
Exactly.
Back
bad.
in the day, a teleconverter would stop the autofocus working because you lose
As
one
well.
or two stops and it wouldn't work anymore.
Yeah, you
Exactly.
couldn't autofocus past f8. Remember,
Like
you had that
5.6.
limitation, right? On a lot of cameras, you had to be at lower than f8.
Yeah, I think
They
it's
used to be
again
terrible.
just using it at the right time. Like you might say have a 400 in your bag and you don't have any room for another lens. So instead of taking another lens, you're taking a little teleconverter. So that way, in the off chance you need that extra reach, it's there to be utilized. You'd rather get the shot than not.
Exactly.
That's the only reason I'd ever carry them.
Mm.
If you really need them, you need them.
Exactly.
I try to avoid them.
Yeah, native is always going to be better than putting something on.
Same here, Roy. Same here. I try to avoid them. Certainly not the one with the TC, the 400 and the 600. That's a godsend, correct? That little flip. I mean, but that's a different animal. These other ones
That's
are
a
the
different
ones.
sort of, that's built into the lens and that's designed to work with the lens.
Exactly.
That's a totally different teleconverter.
Exactly.
It actually fits in between the other elements of the lens.
Exactly. But these things, I tell you, they are in my bag because these things, particularly 1.4 Jeff with the 600 PF, man, that's 840, correct? Handheld. So anyway,
Yeah, I mean it's come a long way, and I'll use the 1.4 ones. I don't own the 2.0. I mean, I have the 1.4, and I'll use that on occasion. But nothing beats if you're fortunate enough to own the 400 with the built-in TC, or the 600 with a built-in TC. I mean, those TCs are basically massaged and customized for that lens. I mean, you're not going to get anything better than that, and you're not even going to think you're using a TC at all.
but I tell you, Jeff, but I said if I need to go to 1,600 millimeter, I will go for this baby with 800 PF. If I have, like it happened to me, a mountain lion across the canyon, and I need to get closer, the 800 with this TC is a better option.
It helps me get better pictures at the zoo when I have to take the 2-year-old and I have to entertain myself. Because there's only so many times you can look at the same animals and be interested.
So anyway, so that was the second part of the presentation.
Yes. So, but thank you for putting that together. Sure, I know that all this stuff takes time. I don't know if people appreciate how much time it takes to put together these little snippets of information, but we try to collectively. We're all trying to make it more informative for everyone in the chat, and share some information and some lessons learned and things like that. So that's a big part of. Okay, Roy, no problem. Roy's going to take off, folks.
Bye, Roy.
Be back. Back in 5.
All right.
We'll get you 16 minutes.
5 days or 5 minutes? Yeah. So, we, it's what keeps the community strong, is we all are contributing to it, and we're all playing a part in it, believe me, as a host, you can't to come up with enough material on your own for a 5-hour stint of this. It's pretty darn hard.
And somehow we manage.
We have a support. I have my support group. It's like I feel like I'm in a doctor's office, and I got my support group around me to make sure that the show doesn't fall apart too bad.
We've got to arrange a commemorative achievement coin for you for the.
but no, thanks for zinging in a few photos too, because I have no. I have no issue sharing photos any show. You know, I mean, obviously we have the prime one at the first week of the month, but anytime in between, if somebody has a, you know, like, oh, this is my photo of the week, I want to share it now because I'm really excited about what I got. You know, feel free to zing it over to me in an email, and we'll put it up. We don't have a problem.
And now we have a team to make us a presentation on Japan.
Hopefully we're gonna have to when you know when he's bored or it's raining 3 days in a row and he has nothing better to do, then you know maybe he'll have time to put a little
Exactly.
10 15-minute presentation together on Japan and share some more pictures.
Nap time reliance. So he's napping at the moment, so we're doing all right. But yeah,
Exactly.
I can arrange something.
So how old is your baby?
He's 2.5. He's 3 in September.
Okay.
So we're going through the why phase. Every question is why. And no,
You'll miss it later.
Yeah. Why do you take pictures, Daddy? Why do you take so many pictures of me, Daddy?
Yeah. Well,
but Tim, if you're taking photos of your baby, you're already a wildlife photographer. Because the closer to wildlife photographer is photographing babies. It's the same skill.
That's why I've got the teleconverter, is because that way when he throws his cutlery or whatever, I know my camera gear is safe because I've got the 2 times teleconverter on Roy. It's funny how your priorities change, because I've always been like into my travel landscape type photographer, and then he comes around and all of a sudden you want to be a portrait specialist. Like, it's just funny how your priorities change as they arrive. But
well,
the only thing for you as a photographer that I remember from my time when I was your age and my son was that age is all this stuff that Jeff and I and Roy do nowadays. A bag for your 800 and another bag with your 600. Nothing. Your priority is your bag for your baby. So you right?
That's what I said to my partner when we went away, is all this training of carrying the camera stuff on my bag for all these trips that we've gone on was just preparation for carrying the nappy bag on my back with
exactly
all around the country. So I was travel hardened, ready for the extra weight.
Well, when I was a young lad, you know, photography was really the core photography was really parents just taking pictures of their kids. Parents just taking pictures of their kids, you know, dance recital for their daughter, or graduation ceremonies, or family picnics and family vacations. I mean, it wasn't, you know, pictures that you were taking to blow up gigantic, or
You're capturing the moment.
Yeah, they captured personal moments in your life. And to this day, you know, I have shoe boxes full of small prints, you know, like this big, and many of those prints mean more to me than any of the stuff that I do.
of course.
And that's really what was predominant to me. At least speaking for me, I couldn't get into, let's say, the specialty stuff, or saying, you know, I'm going to go and spend a day at a botanical gardens, or I'm going to go to a butterfly exhibit and take pictures of butterflies, or I'm going to go do birding shots, or try to get pictures of a fox that I heard was in a certain area or something like that. That didn't exist when I was young. I mean, the parents didn't do that stuff. I mean, you know, and even I didn't do that stuff until my kids got bigger. When my kids got bigger and they're, you know, more, all of a sudden dad's not interesting anymore. And I got other things to do with my friends. And then all of a sudden, then you get to get the more creative side of you working, rather than just capturing those personal moments with your family, you know?
Well, that's probably when I'll evolve into the longer teleconverters, is as he gets older and playing the sports and all that.
Exactly.
That's when I'll evolve to that side of things. But yeah, I mean, what I noticed going away recently is just the younger generation, and I'm making myself seem older than what I am, but the younger people these days are all about pose, like having the shot for Instagram or the video for TikTok. Like it is just next level, like to the point where there was a girl, she was just at Shibuya Crossing, the busiest crosswalk in the world. She wasn't going on the crosswalk, she was just posing because the light was hitting her and she wanted it for a profile. Or on Shibuya Sky, which is a outdoor 360-degree observation area, open air, you've got all these TikTokers at taking up the spots at dusk to get the shot.
Well,
And it's all posed, manufactured, not for the memory, just for the attention from nobodies. Like people you're never going to meet or genuinely interact with, just because they want people to give them attention.
The me generation.
That's okay. There are two aspects of it. For once, I tell you, here the older guys, and in our time, to have somebody that know how to pose in our time was very difficult because nothing of that existed. All these new people, you say, I'm going to take a picture, they already have a pose. I agree with you, some of the pose look fake, but they know how to pose, correct? That's for sure. In our time, you get these fellows here and say, let me take a picture of you. We were all, oh, I don't know what to do. This generation, they do know how to pose.
We're not trying to impress. We weren't trying to impress anybody.
Exactly. They know they know their angles. They see themselves a lot in pictures. They know their best features.
I'm gonna show this last picture because Luis is ready to leave, and he sent me one more that I just found in my email.
Let me finish this thought. So that's positive. On the negative side, Tim, is that they get to the most amazing place in the world, like you did, and the first thing they do is not looking at they could be looking at the Sydney Opera House or one of these pagodas in China and the first thing they do is to take a picture of themselves. They get here to the national parks and they stop at the sign, of the national park and they take a picture. What the hell is that?
You get and people are watching it through their phones.
Exactly. Anyway, finish, Jeff.
No, Luis is getting ready to take off, so I just figured I put his last shot up here for everybody to see before he leaves.
Aha, metal birds.
The metal birds, yeah.
Beautiful.
Pigeon.
Yeah, pigeon, yeah. A very pointy pigeon.
It's a fighting pigeon if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. You don't want to. I wouldn't win a fight with that bird. I'd be in trouble.
So what is that? What is that airplane?
F-16?
No, it's not an F-16.
I'm not sure.
F-22?
22 with the two tail. It's not the 35, so.
No.
Luis will tell us.
Yeah, let's see if he tells us what it is. But
airplane.
F-15. John is she's saying F-15.
See, I thought it was an Eagle. Yeah,
could be.
But yeah, as kind of going backwards here in the discussion, but Gustavo makes a lot of points, with and Tim as well. I guess our generation, we weren't really attention seekers, if you know what I mean. We weren't trying to have
F-14.
The Facebook, the whole Facebook thing with the likes. I got 1,000 likes. I got 2,000 people like me. 2,000 people that you'll never meet in your lifetime. Everything's about trying to make yourself feel good through social media, and it's like I don't know. We just didn't. Well, one, we didn't have it when we were young to begin with. We didn't have social media. We didn't have email. You know, you wrote letters to people. You didn't type anything on a computer. You know, you were writing letters.
Hang up
Write
the phone
letters by
really
hand,
angrily
putting it in an
and
envelope and sticking a stamp on it. You know, but yeah, it's just amazing how in really a relatively short a period of time in human evolution, things have changed so much in such a short period of time. Right, you know, good, bad, or indifferent. Right, yeah, everybody from every generation is going to have a different viewpoint of things.
Yeah, and we on social media. That's a good one, John, for
Yeah,
sure. Yeah, yeah, and
yeah. And we only had and when we were young, we might have had four anywhere from 4 to 6 television channels to watch. We didn't have round the clock TV. We didn't have streaming services. We didn't have all this stuff, right? We had major networks and maybe public television, and that was it.
well, like we were talking about the clips the other day, correct? That we say we photographers go and photograph, correct? But first you have to see, correct? Photography start by seeing, correct? So if you go to a park and you get to the Grand Canyon, you don't pick your camera right away. Just enjoy it a little bit, correct? And then take your camera, correct?
Wayne's just checked in.
Yeah. Hello, Wayne.
Mongolia.
Wayne's here. John's here. Were you guys out shooting together, or are you in different countries right now? Because I know both of you travel a lot. So, well, Wayne's okay. Wayne's in Mongolia, so obviously he isn't shooting with John. I don't think John's in Mongolia right now.
Exactly. Where is Waldo? Our version in this community is where's Wayne?
Where's Wayne? Yeah.
You remember where is Carmen? San Diego, was it?
Yes, Carmen San Diego. Yeah.
Yeah.
The well, Wayne's and John are lucky that they kind of have some hot spots that they can go to take pictures that aren't, you know, they aren't the long travel trips that Tim was saying that he has to take when he wants to get out of the country. You know, by the time he gets there, he needs to sleep for a couple days before he can do anything.
But I've also got a large country that I can explore without the need of a passport as well. So it swings and roundabouts. But Asia is accessible, thankfully.
Wayne said he just got to Mongolia a couple hours ago. Okay, so you're probably wiped out. John's shopping with Diana. That'll wipe you out, John.
Yeah.
It'll wipe out your bank account depending on where you're shopping.
Exactly.
Actually, John, what's interesting is you and your wife could get yourselves in trouble with the checkbook going into the same place because you both like camera gear.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not like Diana's just saying, well, I like jewelry, and you go, I like cameras. It's like, no, you can't sneak in the camera store without her, I'm sure, because she's going to find as much stuff she likes as you do.
And John was saying the last week that he's planning to get that the new Fuji, the X100.
He got it. He got the limited edition one.
No, but he going to get the new one, the S, with the 500 lens as well.
Oh, the new medium format one.
Yeah,
okay.
that will be interesting, John, to see when you get that one, because
he's in the chat. He's at the. I had to scroll up my screen to see him. Right now, he's in black and white. When I click this button, he'll be in full color. Boom. And we will have to shrink everybody a little bit. And there he is. There's
all right.
John, you still got any money left?
No, I mean, Diana ordered it because she says, oh, man, 100 S2 with 500 mm, that give you 400, a medium format telephoto lens, and you get 16-bit. I mean, that's got to work all day long.
So imagine the photos of the eagles in Mongolia. Imagine that.
Imagine that. Can you imagine shooting birds and whatever, right? With a telly at
What's the frame rate,
16-bit.
John? What's the frame rate? 7?
Oh, the frame rate is basically single shot.
Oh, I thought it had a fairly high frame rate. I mean, not
Well,
like
I mean, it can do 7 frames per second. Then your bit rate drops down to 14. So,
well,
so then what's the point, right? But if you do single shot, you see whatever wildlife animals sitting around sleeping around. Then,
yeah.
16-bit.
See, we're going to
That's
convert
cool.
John into wildlife photography as well.
Oh man, it's just too hot, Gustavo. I mean, you're sitting there at 23 degrees, 22. Okay, but I'm sitting here at 34 at 98% humidity. Is just the fun factor drops like a rock.
No, that's true.
Like yesterday, we went out to the jungle because OMD Systems had this, macro outing. So Diane and I went, and they set up these little, Olympus cameras with the 60 mm to shoot bugs. What do they call them? Dragonflies and whatnot. It's pretty amazing, but I just can't. It's not me. It's not my cup of tea because I just can't bend over, and squat down for like a half hour. I'm not doing that. I need a crutch. And those dragonflies, it's not like they stick around for very long. So,
but no, but we're looking forward for when you got that combo, the full frame with a 500 millimeter.
oh yeah. I mean, Diana used that. She bought that. I don't
So
know
it's
when
for her or for you?
month. Huh?
It's
How did
for
she
her
go with
or
her
for you?
competition?
For her, not me. Not me. Not me.
John, speaking of you not liking 34 degrees Celsius temperatures, that's pretty much what it is here where I am right now for at least the next week every day.
Well,
And
34
and humid as well.
So 34 is about what, 90?
93 degrees.
Oh my God.
93
Well,
degrees F.
South Carolina
but-
and Malaysia's
But
the same, different.
you see, John, this man here is an early riser. He's done by 9 o'clock, correct? So
I'm done. I try to be done by 9:30. Yeah, 9:30. I'm there at 6 o'clock, 6:30, and get out of Dodge by 9:30, 10 o'clock at the latest.
Roy and I are about half of what John's sitting at the moment. We had a high of 17 degrees Celsius and we woke up to 6 degrees Celsius. So
Where are you at?
we're in Melbourne.
Oh, I've been there many, many years ago.
Yeah, it's a
Plane's taking off.
different
Where's he at
landscape
the airport?
now.
He just left maybe yesterday or the day before.
He said he just got there a couple hours ago.
Oh, then he just arrived at the airport.
Yeah, so
when did Diana will get that combo?
Next month.
Okay.
I think next month because Tuesday or Wednesday they're gonna have the touch and feel.
Okay.
But I can't go because I have my cataract surgery on Tuesday.
Oh, wow.
So I gotta recover from that, whatnot.
The recovery from that is good, John. You're going to be looking in Technicolor after that.
Well, that's why I'm doing it, Gustavo, because you say, hey man, gotta do it.
yeah. My wife had both eyes done, and she can see distances without. She doesn't need glasses for distance. She only needs them for close up.
Isn't that amazing what they can do with technology?
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
just.
I mean, so what if you could drop different lenses in, you know, like a camera. And said,
A teleconverter.
I want a 400.
You want to put an ND filter in?
Yeah. You know, and you thinking, oh, maybe I'll go wide angle today.
F1.2.
I'm waiting for the card slot on the side of my head here. Just
How many frames per second?
no.
But that's good, John, because you are in good terms with Fuji now, correct? With your favors to the.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm good terms with Fuji is because I spend a lot.
Yeah.
That's all you gotta do, Gustavo. You want to be in good terms with any of these companies? Blow a huge load of money.
Yeah.
Believe me, they'll be your friend.
I do a little bit, but
Hey, by the way, did you guys see that one video done by what's his name's Something Undone?
Gerald Undone.
Gerald Undone.
Yeah,
Talking
yeah.
about
Not the S9. Yeah.
the S9 and the whole review shebang, right? I'm telling you, this guy is so right on. He is so right. It's like
There's
that.
nothing we didn't already know.
No, but it's not that we don't know, but now a lot of people don't, and then they get succumb to this rhetoric, you know. And no, he was right. Like I got blacklisted from Sony one time. Well, what do I care? You know, I mean, if you start trying to make a living out of reviews, you're setting yourself up.
Yeah.
So
Right.
so John, you're getting a request here from Mr. Mossman.
Oh, what's he saying?
Put it on the screen here.
Oh, the summation was basically that if you don't talk the party line with any of these camera companies, they will ostracize you for the minutest thing as a word. And he used the term strange because he used in his title strange regarding a Panasonic product.
Wow.
And the strange that he used was not necessarily in context, meaning strange in a negative way. Probably more like odd than strange. So they took the word strange and says, hey, you know what? This ain't gonna fly.
Yeah.
We want this guy out of here.
Oh.
So therefore, he didn't get invited to Japan.
Okay.
Right, for the launch. And there's a few other influencers or reviewers that didn't get invited to Japan. You see? So he says, you know, then when you play this game with these fellas, these manufacturers, and you're trying to make a living out of this, they kind of got you by the short hair.
Yeah, if you got to kiss everybody's butt cheeks to survive,
exactly.
That ain't worth it. You should be able to have an opinion. You should be able to have your opinion.
And you can't. You can't, because once you take a penny or anything of kind, you're in the quagmire. You see.
Well, they own you now. They own you.
They own you, and they know it. So if you notice that, and we've noticed for years that these 5, 6, 7 strong influencers, when a product is out of its embargo, I tell you, within 60 seconds of 12 midnight embargo, bam, they're all saying the same thing. Correct?
Yeah.
Everyone is talking the party line.
They're after hype builders, he said, not actual reviewers. They want you to build hype, not review
They turn into public. They turn into just another arm of their public relations.
And they're getting the manufacturers get off cheap because they don't have to pay ads.
Well,
so they give you, they send you on a free fam trip to Tokyo. Big deal. They're not paying some, Madison Avenue ad company gazillions for print ads.
Yeah.
But still, for this guy, correct? A trip to Japan, what is it now? I mean, with all expenses paid, It's, I don't know, $20,000, $30,000.
$20,000 is nothing.
No, nothing for
Their
Panasonic.
their ad budgets for these companies is gigantic.
Oh, I'm sure nothing for Panasonic or the company, whatever company, but for him is a lot of money.
Oh yes, for him it's a lot of money. So like for me, if I review something, I own all my cameras. I own every single brand just about except for Sony, and I can talk good or I can talk bad about it. What are they going to do about me? Not invite me? I don't care. I own it. It's my money. I can trash it or
But you see,
glorify it the way I want.
that's where our community here, our self-supporting group, because if we don't like something, we will tell you, or if we tell Roy, these are good now.
Yes, I understand. They're almost
I
usable.
understand. Well,
Almost tolerable.
when I've done the few times I've done a review, I always say I don't do. I may have an opinion on something I don't own based on release specs and comparing something spec wise to some other against a competitor, and that's a different story. But in terms of doing a review, I don't review anything I don't own and paid for with my own money.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
you were an ambassador, you wouldn't be allowed to use other brands as well. They make you sign a contract.
Oh yeah.
If that's the worst thing
Very
you could
restricted.
do. Right, Roy? The worst thing you can do is sign up to be an ambassador, and
Yes.
then they got you lock,
Oh
stock, and barrel.
yeah. How many
They got
you never hear an ambassador say one negative thing about
You cannot.
their
It's in
brand.
the contract. You're not allowed to.
Yeah.
And then
It's
you
a
can't use
job.
any other brand,
It's a job, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, Like for my YouTube channel, I've made $220, right, Jeff?
You're doing
Don't
well.
spend it all at once.
They're doing well.
$220, and guess what? I haven't seen a flat penny of it. Hey, where is it? They said, "Oh, you will get by April 21st, you will get your money." Well, hello, it's almost
6 months.
Where is
But
where is it?
and the cameras that you review with Mr. Wu or Mr. Jeff here, those companies don't even exist anymore.
Yeah.
I
Half
like that video.
the cameras we talk about, those companies are gone.
I always laugh at the
Yeah.
other reviewers when
I
they
talked my last video on the Nikon 501, which is the first autofocus camera.
Exactly.
That was. Have you seen a 501? That is cool.
Yeah.
It's not bad, for the first.
I like your
ever-
sound effects. That's pretty realistic.
Yeah, there's a little worm screw thing.
And that's why we need that screwdriver mount.
Yeah. We need a screwdriver mount. Yeah, everybody's.
I know those lenses were very good though. That's old
I'd like
AFD.
to see
I'll tell
Nikon
you, and Roy has them, and John, you have them, and I have them. I got old screwdriver mount cameras, and you know what? Everybody will say, "Oh, but they're so slow." They're not horribly slow. They're not bad. They're not bad.
It
They're
depends
just
on the lens.
they're not bad at all. I mean, they're just not, like, okay, blink your eyes fast, I mean, but they're not bad at all.
camera.
They're usable.
They're very fast.
Screen mount.
But John, your point was that's how they get you, correct? They give you a little bit, and all these YouTubers that have big channels, they lose their independence, correct?
Yeah, but they're in it for money and trying to make a living professionally out of reviewing cameras.
Exactly.
It's like, I mean, I don't know, man.
Well, the guy with the fluffy hairs made a lot of money.
Yeah, but they're far and few between.
There's probably only the early adopters, the early ones that got in the game early.
And he's more of a
taste of the
I
rainbow.
consider I consider fluffy hair or explosion in the
but you see,
mattress factory guy more of an entertainer.
but you see, John, going back to the point, correct?
Yeah.
But they are not journalists, correct?
No, of course not.
When you were doing your photojournalism, you didn't have it. Nobody had to invite you to go to a certain location. You were paid by AP or you were paid by whoever you were representing, correct? So having that umbrella gave you the freedom to portray whatever was happening, correct?
Well, yeah, well, that's different because I'm employed. But if you're a freelancer and you're doing this as a side gig, yeah, well, it's different. And being a reviewer is not journalism at all.
Well,
You know, it's like going testing a car because a Ford guy wants you to test the new, you know, whatever car.
yeah, exactly. But you see, these guys are all the freelance. They live in the gig economy, correct? So they are at the mercy of this big corporation to a degree, correct?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah.
Unless you're trying to make a lot of money from, sponsors and whatnot. But like this guy Simon, ordinary filmmaker. I mean, lately he's been making 2, 3, and he gets a lot of tractions from just getting what do you call rumors from sources A, B, and C, and none of it,
It's panning out.
not saying anything bad about the guy, but none of it is official.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I don't believe it until the fat lady sings, right?
yeah. I've mentioned it before because just for my own sanity and that I share snippets from Canon rumors, Nikon rumors, Fuji rumors, Nikon rumors from the rumor sites and any and other things where I might see things in print, and I'll plagiarize some of that stuff, and because people like to hear it. But I personally, given my choice, I wouldn't even talk about a camera till it was released and I had all the specs were firm and solid,
Yeah.
and then talk about it, because then you're talking about reality. You're not reading in between, like many are. A press release from Canon on the R1 that is a bunch of verbiage that's very not very explicit, and also all a bunch of sunshine comments, and then you're trying to put pieces of the puzzle together on your own based on what you think they're going to do or what you think they meant by something. And I'd rather just you wait till it comes out, you have the spec sheet, and then you can say, okay, we have the specs, the camera, you can pre-order the camera now, here's the specs, and then you could compare hard specs on one camera to the hard specs on another camera and do a fair comparison, spec wise. And then when the camera's in your hand, if you're lucky enough to get it, then you could do a hands-on review, and maybe you own the competitor's camera as well, and you can say, yeah, I've got whether it is, I got the Canon and I got the Sony, or I got the Nikon and I got the Canon, or I got the Nikon and I got the Sony, whatever, if you're lucky enough to be in that situation. But it's much better once it's already out the door. I mean, you're not playing, you don't have the Ouija board out and it's like, what will it have? Quad pixel autofocus. Why? Yes,
But Jeffrey, the money and the views are made by the Ouija board.
Oh, yeah.
By the time it comes out, it's too late.
Yeah.
You're
I
not
find it
making
funny with reviewers these days. They're not actually providing a point for someone to make the purchase. It's actually more of a validation of someone that's already purchased it. So they've bought it and then they've come back to watch the review. Did I make the right choice? Or they'll base their review solely on autofocus, not dynamic range or the other ergonomics, all that, which it's like the megapixel argument of 8 years ago, where if it wasn't a certain amount of megapixels, it's not worth having. That's the new autofocus war, is how I'm seeing it. And figure that people can just switch systems like that because these things aren't expensive. It's, oh, this is, I wouldn't switch systems because of this camera. I'm like, or I would switch systems. It's like, how much money do you think people have, you entitled person? Like, you're talking tens of thousands of dollars here in some cases of people. They're not just going to drop it and go to another system because you say so.
No, it's one thing like we always had fun on when we were, actively on Chuck's show, and Chuck would do a, what do you want to see in a future camera? And we had a little bit of that discussion last week. What do you want to see in a future camera? What features do you want to see? And what do you wish was in the camera that you own now? Those are fun discussions to talk about the what ifs or the what could be improved or what might be next down the road. But those are fun conversations to have. But to just sit there and basically throw out a constant barrage of reviews every 4 hours, and you repeated 80% of what you said 4 hours before, but you added 2 more things, and then 4 hours later you do another one and you add 2 more things, and it's all speculation or where 99% that this guy knows what he's talking about, or this guy always has the right information, or I don't know. It gives me a headache personally. It gives me a headache.
I want a sensor in my next camera that detects when I'm away from my camera bag, where it flashes up a warning saying, "Did you bring a spare battery with you? Are you really sure?" Because every time I put my bag in a locker, I always ran out of battery. Whenever I had my backpack on, plenty of battery, never ran out. But as soon as it was away from me, guaranteed it was going to die.
Yeah, I have a little very small pouch with just some basic cleaning products, the lens pen and some alcohol wipes and a little blower and stuff like that, and I have an extra battery charged in there. And then whenever I do a shoot and I get home, and luckily, with the Z9, I mean, I rarely deplete the first battery on any given shoot. I usually have a little bit of juice left in the tank. As soon as I get home, though, I pop the battery out and I throw it on the charger. That's the first thing I do.
The question of the discussion here is, of course, like Mookie is saying, speculating, anticipating, that's healthy, correct? It's good. Certainly for the aficionados. They say we are the aficionados. We obviously like to anticipate to a degree. The problem with this speculation becomes a business model, correct?
Yeah.
Because speculation can only go that far, correct?
Yeah.
And that's where the issue. And the other point is what you're making, John, about there is no independent. In reality, there is no independent reviewer, correct? So people go to the internet seeking for advice, and they are not going to get an independent advice, correct?
Well,
so all the forces are at play at the same time.
Well, and what makes things worse for all of us is that for a lot of people, you may have a Best Buy or something, or a place where you can buy some camera gear, but the people that are in there don't necessarily know a heck of a lot about it. And if you may not, like, I don't live in an area where I'm close to what I would consider a high-end retailer with very well-trained staff that could answer any question I may have, or give me an honest opinion because about different, brand, X brand A versus brand B. It doesn't exist. So you get all your information unfortunately off the internet or off of YouTube, and it's difficult. A lot of us don't live near a place where we have a trusted source of information, or even where you can go in and look at the doggone camera. It's like when I bought a motorcycle, when I rode a motorcycle, you buy a car, right? What's the first thing you do? Oh, can I take it on a test drive? And the guy says, sure. I'll get the license plate, put it on the car, hop in the car. Here's the keys. The guy sits in the seat with you, shows you where some of the controls are. You adjust your mirrors, you take off, you go down the highway for a little bit. You got the ride. You got to ride the car. You go to get a motorcycle, and it's like, oh, you can't test drive a motorcycle. You got to wait until Harley Davidson or whoever comes with the big truck that has like 10 different motorcycles in it, and then you sign a waiver, and we'll let you try out whichever bike you want to try out. But
Jeffrey, let me tell. Can I tell you a story? Back
Sure.
in the 70s, right? When I was young, I used to work at a Harley Davidson / Honda dealer in Linwood, Washington, right? It's one of my jobs. So the customer would come in and drool over that Harley, right? He goes, oh, I like that bike. I said, you like that bike? Come on. It's yours. It's yours. Can I test drive it? You don't mind if I test drive it? I said, hey, buddy, you know what? Every guy wants a virgin, right? And he goes, oh, yeah, you're right. But let me tell you something. This will bring the chicks. You will have to wear a canvas jacket because they will claw you to death. And then he says, how much is it? Let's not talk about the price. The price is relative. No big deal. Anybody can afford it.
It's the experience. It's the experience that counts.
We'll finance it. If you're alive, you're good for 5. Oh, okay. Where do I sign? That's it. Always. Oh, I can't test it? No.
The John Ishii sales technique.
Oh, man.
I don't think that would get through HR in these types of environments.
Yeah. It's a chick magnet. Believe me.
Oh, man. I tell you, you go down
It's a they/them magnet.
and let me tell you what. The chicks will be clawing after you. You have to wear a canvas jacket. This is my sales manager boss telling me this. Because 95% of the Harley riders were all divorced. As soon as they divorce the wife, the first thing they want is a what? Harley.
That's why they call it hardly ever can.
Yeah.
Because they can't afford a car.
Yeah. I mean, bikes are.
That was something.
Yeah. So I just found that, never having had one and buying one. And I was like totally in shock. I'm like, I can't test drive this thing. No, you can't.
No.
I go, really? How do I? So if I buy it and I ride it and I don't like it, I'm stuck with it, huh? Well, yeah.
Well, most of them don't have a motorbike license anyway.
So
that counts them out.
But even the skill set stores in camera shops these days, they're gone. Like when I went and bought my 105 macro, the sales attendant picked up the lens and she's like, "Oh, this is heavy." It's a 105 macro. It's light. I'm like,
well, you say that to the customer. That's not a good selling point if that's the first thing you say.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this lens is heavy. Uh-oh. Well, why do I want a heavy lens? Oh, what else you got?
Yeah. Well, it would be qualified if it was a heavy lens, like.
Yeah.
But when it's one of the lighter ones, move on.
Hey, heavy means good. Heavy means good.
The camera that I got from my dad, which I still have, is an Olympus. Okay. And because that's the one that he has, and you borrowed your dad camera, and that's the one that you use. But I ended on the Nikon system because of National Geographic. Because in some of the magazines, they used to tell you which camera they were using.
Yeah.
So you were like a nature aficionado, you will go and read what camera. And that's what got me my first Nikon camera, which was an F3 HP, which I bought in in Frankfurt, and that was a camera store, a proper camera store that you could go and play with it, and people knew what they were talking about, correct?
Hey, I gotta go. I gotta go have some coffee with a buddy of mine. Let's see.
Dress cool,
Oh,
yeah. I hear it's hot and 34 degrees and 98% humidity in Malaysia.
Yeah, it was 99 yesterday here in San Antonio. So,
I'll see you next week, guys.
All right, John. Thanks for
Yeah.
stopping in. And when Diana gets that camera and lens, tell her she's going to have to come on with you so she could show it to everybody.
Okay, we'll do.
And photo
Take
review
care.
next week, John. And
Yeah, we got the photo review next week. So you guys send me some pics.
Okay, you guys take care, buddy.
All right, have a good one. Chuck should be on too next week too with us. For those of you out there that are asking how he's doing, if you weren't here in the first hour and 39 minutes of the show, Mr. Chuck Egan was with us, and he will be. He said that he would be back next Saturday, hopefully, for our photo review, which would be great. And trying to coerce Chuck. Prod him gently and trying to get him to keep his skill set up with all his gadgetry in his house and be prepared for when he wants to get back in the swing of things officially. He won't have any OJT to go through. He'll be sharp as a tack. So trying to get him to come on at least for that first hour of every show, and we all enjoy seeing him. So I think it's good therapy for us. It's good therapy for him, and hopefully he'll be back next Saturday. I expect him to, and he'll be around for a little while for the photo review. So we're going to get ready to call it a night here because we're after 2:00. But I'll just throw it up one more time for the handful of people that are here now, some of whom were not here earlier, and just a reminder about the photo review and get your images in by this coming Friday at noon. And for those of you, if there's anybody out there watching this that has never participated in a photo review, just pick one photo. Just send us one. Tell us a little story. Tell us what settings you had on the camera. Send us one image to share. Be part of it.
Any topic.
Any topic, any genre, any topic. I mean, we don't get any, it has to be in good taste. Okay. So I guess I got to clarify that it has to be in good taste. We don't do, nude photographs or anything on the photo review. It's got to be family friendly photography. We're not looking for shock factor stuff. So other than that, anything that fits that that lane, is welcome to send those images in. So, and we hope you do. Because we do not critique the images unless you ask us to. If you ask us to, we will give you our honest opinion. We will give you suggestions, maybe of what you could have done in post to maybe make it just slightly better. It could be anything from a slight crop to your horizon isn't straight. You didn't notice that your horizon isn't straight. You might want to fix that. Very minor suggestions, all expressed in good taste and not being nasty about it. Or if you don't ask us, we just share it, and we just enjoy each other's work, because the last thing that this show is ever going to do is, as long as I have anything to do with it, is we are not going to demean people that have an interest in photography, because everybody's at different levels. Everybody's learning something new every day. Hopefully everybody learns something new every week when they come on this show and on some of the other live streams that are out there. And we want you to enjoy the hobby. Okay, we're not here to turn everybody into a professional photographer and say, you watch our live stream, we're going to give you enough information where you can go out and make a 6-figure salary. That's not what we're about. We're about just enjoying a hobby and sharing our love for what we do. And, and that's it. So feel free to join us because we welcome everybody. We'd like to see more female photographers come onto the show. We have a few, and we'd like to see a much younger crowd of people join in with us as well. I mean, I think my age when I look up the few times I look up the algorithms, I mean, I think we probably the mean is 65 years old, so I'd like to get some people that are that have some fresh ideas or different ways of doing things that are in the younger generation that don't mind hanging around with a few old folks once in a while. Share us your knowledge, help us out, help us teach us things that you're learning and doing that we never would have thought of doing. Okay. So, hey, join us, man. We're all a happy group of people and help each other out. And that's about it. So we're gonna hang it up, I think, here. And we will hopefully see you guys next week for the photo review. And we're at 53 images. Let's try to bump it up to about 80 like we had last month. That would be great. So I'm going to say my goodbyes and let everybody on the panel say their goodbyes, and we will see you next week. Thanks for watching.
Guys.
Says.
Have a wonderful Memorial Day. Think of the ones that
All right,
died.
whatever that is.
Yeah. Think of those. Think of those that have paid the ultimate sacrifice for our country, and those that were fortunate enough to still be here after serving. We all appreciate what you've done. And so God bless to you, and we wish everybody the best and good health. And we will see you next Saturday. Take care.
Bye, everyone.